Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. 2 National Guard soldiers remain in a critical condition after what President Trump's described as a monstrous ambush-style attack, allegedly by an Afghan national near the White House last night. 3 men have been arrested over a fire that engulfed a Hong Kong apartment complex, killing at least 75 people. And Pope Leo XIV kicks off his first foreign trip of his papacy in Turkey. Two National Guard soldiers remain in a critical condition after a shooting took place near the White House last night. An Afghan man has been detained by police and is in hospital. The incident has prompted the US to suspend immigration requests from Afghanistan. The president has called the attack an act of terror and has promised to remove foreigners from any country who do not belong in the US. Take a listen.
My great fellow Americans, earlier today, on the eve of the Thanksgiving holiday, 2 members of the National Guard serving in Washington, D.C., were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that, based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, thank you so much for joining us. What more do we know about the suspected gunman and his motive?
Well, officials gave a press conference just about an hour ago where they did release some new details. They say that this suspect, 29-year-old Afghan national Ramanullah Lakhwal, drove cross-country from Bellingham, Washington, where he had been living with his wife and kids, with the intent of carrying out this attack in D.C. The FBI director, Kash Patel, said that Lakhwal's home was searched, that cell phones, laptops, and other types of electronic devices were taken, and that everyone in the house was questioned to see if anyone else was involved, whether that be somebody here in the United States or someone overseas. Investigators are still very much searching for a motive here in this attack that has not yet been determined. But as you heard the president right there, he does believe that this was an act of terror. The CIA says that Lakhwal came to the United States in September of 2021. This was after the U.S. military withdrawal in the country. And they say that he entered on this Biden administration visa program, which was known as Operation Allies Welcome. The CIA has also confirmed that Lakhwal had worked with multiple U.S. agencies in Afghanistan during this decades-long war, including a CIA-backed group in Kandahar, which is Taliban stronghold. So Patel says that the FBI is investigating to see if there are any known associates overseas or in the U.S. that may have influenced, may have had contact with this individual. But what investigators are really trying to do now is piece together what exactly happened between Lakhwal working with them in Afghanistan and Wednesday afternoon, when officials say he ambushed these National Guard troops, shooting them at point-blank range just blocks from the White House. Officials have now identified those soldiers as 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf, both of them having gone under surgery but remain in critical condition.
And Tony, the US is now halting all immigration applications from Afghanistan. What does this look like in practical terms, and what could be the impact of this move?
Within hours of President Trump calling for every Afghan national that was allowed in under this Biden-era visa program to be reviewed, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services issued this statement saying that it had already stopped processing immigration requests so that it could review its security and vetting protocols. So these applications are now not even being looked at. And it's really important to note here that while Lochinwall may have entered the U.S. on a Biden-era visa program, it was actually the Trump administration that ultimately granted him asylum back in April of this year. But this indefinite suspension and reexamination is really going to impact a lot of people. There were more than 80,000 Afghanis that were resettled in the U.S. in and around the military withdrawal. And then you have tens of thousands of more applicants that are either still living in Afghanistan or they're living in third countries. And this includes people who had helped the U.S. and NATO during the war. Those people are now left in limbo with no timetable on when this process will resume. But even before this freeze, there was this major backlog in the processing of applications, not just from people in Afghanistan, but really across the world. The total number of pending cases at the USCIS hitting 11.3 million in mid-2025, which was a record high. And of course, this is exacerbated by the president's immigration crackdown.
And is there potential for this revetting to go beyond just Afghan nationals?
I mean, almost certainly. I mean, immigration has been this central plank of President Trump's second term in office. And in this address to the nation that he gave on Wednesday night, he said that this attack underscored the greatest national security threat that this country is facing. In his estimation, that is immigration. In that speech, he also mentioned Somalis, saying that they were ripping apart Minnesota. And last week, he had actually said that he was ending this temporary protective status for Somalis that are living in that state. And this is something that he's been doing really since he got back in office with a whole host of nationalities. He has revoked this temporary protective status for Venezuelans, for Afghanis, Syrians, people from South Sudan, from Burma. This is really part of a larger immigration crackdown. I think that what we should be looking out for is if this attack is used as a reason to further restrict immigration or to remove immigrants that are already in the country.
And the president is deploying an additional 500 troops to D.C. But didn't a federal judge just last week rule that this deployment was illegal?
Yeah, you're exactly right. There was this federal judge here in D.C. that said that the deployment of these roughly 2,100 National Guard troops in D.C. was illegal and had given the administration until December 11th to appeal that decision before the troops would have to be removed. But appealing is exactly what the Trump administration did late Wednesday night after this shooting took place. They filed an emergency order to keep the National Guard in D.C. and the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that the president is now deploying this additional 500 National Guard troops to the city. It's unclear when exactly those individuals are going to arrive or what their jobs are going to be when they get here. But their deployment, not just here in D.C., but in a lot of other Democratic cities in the United States where they have been deployed, has been incredibly controversial. President Trump says that this is all about crime prevention and law and order, but his critics believe that his motive is far more sinister. They see this as a form of political intimidation that is meant to suppress dissent and opposition. And this shooting certainly raises the stakes here because this deployment is no longer seen as simply, showmanship. There are real questions about the safety of these soldiers going forward.
Tony Waterman, thank you so much for joining us. We can now continue this conversation with Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, thank you so much for your time. So we've heard from US officials and they have revealed the shooting suspect was a special forces commander in Afghanistan and drove miles to carry out this attack. Will the story be cutting through for families at home celebrating Thanksgiving today in the US?
Well, it has a chilling effect in our country that this has happened. A couple of things have to be clear, though. I am a lawyer, so I believe in due process. First, this individual is still presumed innocent under our system of justice, and there will be a thorough investigation. It appears as though the individual had ties to the U.S. government, specifically the CIA, but that does not mean that he was either radicalized, changed his views later about the United States, or was throughout the process, as has been the case, people who work as double agents. So the country is concerned about what has happened and what it represents about, frankly, a vetting process that is questionable. If I may add, because the report was quite comprehensive, we just listened to from the correspondent in Washington. But it's important to state that last week, coincidentally, and I'm happy it was last week, the president and the vice president both had requested that Biden-era refugees, among them, this would be this individual who were already granted asylum, their cases be reviewed. Actually, it's 262,000 individuals. 80,000 of them are Afghan, but they go beyond Afghans. So we were concerned about the vetting process just because of the sheer volume that happened under the Biden administration and the processing under this administration. So this, in a sense, the president was prescient. He was feared that something like this might happen. Doesn't guarantee that you vet someone and then later they change. But it's important to underscore that this process was underway before this shooting.
And I just want to talk to you a little bit about Donald Trump. So, of course, we heard from Trump. And one thing that struck me about his statement after the shooting was the president went very political extremely quickly. Does this fuel and push division in America? Because now we're talking about re-vetting, and we obviously heard from Tony Waterman about that too. Does this embolden the feeling of anti-immigration in the US?
I don't think it's anti-immigration, but I would say this. I don't think the US policies are very different from what we're seeing happening in Western Europe today. You can pick any country in Western Europe. Of course, Hungary is the most extreme example, but the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, France, Germany, they're going through the same process we are, countries like Poland. The fact is, we're all for legal immigration. The president is for legal immigration. He's talked about expanding skilled workers visas to come into our country called B1. But there's a difference between that and a flood of either illegal immigrants or immigrants or refugees that have not been properly vetted. We'll see if this one was properly vetted or not, the specific case. I don't think it's xenophobia. I think countries want to control their borders. They want to ensure who's in the country is there properly. There is somewhere along the road, I can only speak about the US, but I think it applies to Europe, a constituency, a leftist view in our country that believes people are entitled to come into the country and just have either open borders or just claim political asylum and be given a very cursory review. I think those days are over. You might call that political, but that is one of the reasons President Trump was elected. All the polling in our country indicates the November election last year was decided equally on immigration and the economy.
Adolfo, Trump laid the blame of the shooting squarely at President Joe Biden's feet in his speech. And it's important to say 88,500 Afghans came into the US under the Operation Allies Welcome. Do you think it's fair to blame the former administration totally for this?
Well, I think in this regard, it is. You have to look at the comprehensive immigration policies of the Biden administration. For example, what was going on our southern border, where millions of people were coming in unprecedented numbers. never that had happened in our country. It was very clearly a very lax, open immigration policy. To be clear, I favor the Allies' welcome problem with Afghanistan. I think individuals that served our country and are allied with the United States, I know some of these individuals in Washington, D.C. should be welcome in the United States, but they need to be vetted. And I think those policies in the Biden administrations were very loose when it came to vetting individuals. Again, we don't know the specifics of this specific case, but the broader issue, whether it's Somalis or Afghans, that had just a large number of people, Venezuelans who are apparently part of some of the gangs, just to simply say, and I'm Cuban American, I came from a country and I immigrated to the United States, just simply say because I come from a society that is either in chaos or in conflict or dictatorial is automatically a reason to be let into the country. I think that's a mistake, and I think the previous administration was very, very lax in that regard.
And do you think when you put uniformed troops on the streets, they are always going to be a target because of the country's foreign policy? We've seen this in many other countries before. So I think my question to you is the Trump administration putting these National Guard members, some people would say, in the line of fire and making it really dangerous for them?
Well, he would not put them in the line of fire. I live in Washington, D.C. He would not put them on the line of fire if the Metropolitan Police and the local government were able to provide safety for our citizens. Now, since they've been on the street, crime has reduced, homicides have been reduced by 29%, just as they've been on the streets, just their presence. Now, I live here and I see them. The idea that people have their guns out and so forth is just absurd. These people walk around pretty much as your film is showing, just as a police presence, the way you would see security guards or actually any kind of uniformed police. And they have then a deterrent effect. No one is being frisked. No one is being affected in any way. I've never heard a complaint, nor the liberal press would carry it in this country, about anyone being held back by the National Guard or anything. That's just absolutely absurd in terms of any such claim. So I think their presence is important. Now, if the local police is able to control crime in Chicago and Minneapolis and Washington, D.C., those troops will be withdrawn. But the fact of the matter is, it is a deterrent. And the mayor of Washington, D.C., a very liberal Democrat, has recognized that and has asked for an extension of their presence. And again, this is a city that's 94% Democrat, and she has called for that. So something is working, and I think it was the right policy.
Adolfo Franco, thank you so much for your time and your insights. And of course, happy Thanksgiving to you. Now, 3 men have been arrested over a fire that engulfed a Hong Kong apartment complex, killing at least 75 people. Police are charging the men with manslaughter, alleging their construction company was responsible for triggering the blaze in the city's Tai Po district. Patrick Fogg is in Hong Kong.
This is all that remains of Wong Fuk Court. All 7 towers of the housing complex are charred black and gutted by fire. The buildings housed more than 4,000 residents, many of them elderly. Survivors are devastated.
We bought this apartment more than 20 years ago. All of our belongings were in there, and now that has all burned. What's left? There's nothing left. What are we supposed to do?
At least one firefighter is among the dead. They battled the 31-story inferno floor by floor overnight on Wednesday and throughout Thursday to find survivors and reunite them with relatives. Survivors have been gathering at temporary shelters, waiting for news on missed loved ones and fearing this: bodies transported to waiting ambulances outside. Police allowed animal welfare workers through the cordons to rescue pets. Investigations are underway into the cause of the blaze. The towers were undergoing renovations when the fire started. Police are pointing the finger at a construction company, accusing it of using unsafe materials.
Police have identified 3 individuals responsible from the construction company, 2 directors and 1 engineering consultant. Earlier, at around 2 a.m., we arrested the 3 men locally on suspicion of manslaughter. They are aged between 52 and 68 and remain in police custody for investigation.
Hong Kong's chief executive, John Lee, has ordered all housing estates undergoing renovations in the city to be immediately inspected.
The death toll has now risen to 83. For more on this, we can go live to Patrick, who is in Hong Kong. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, officials say the fire is now under control, but it has been an absolutely devastating 24 hours for people living in the residential blocks. What is the latest?
Yeah, that's right. The blaze began on Wednesday, but firefighters have spent much of today putting out the flames as well. Authorities say the situation is now basically under control, but there is still plenty of smoke billowing out of the top of the charred remains of the buildings. I can see flames on at least one of the higher floors behind me as well. The operation here is far from over. There are hundreds of police vehicles and fire engines here as well. We imagine that rescuers are going to be working through the night. The death toll, as you say, has now risen to at least 83 people. There are still hundreds of people that remain missing. We understand that some of them may be trapped in the top floors of some of these buildings behind me. There was a little bit of positive news earlier on when a man was rescued from the 16th floor of one of the towers, but there is certainly a race against time on right now, and one would imagine that the death toll could still rise significantly.
And Patrick, the Hong Kong inferno has really put the spotlight on the risks of bamboo scaffolding. There have been 3 arrests in connection with the blaze. What are we hearing from authorities in the city?
Yeah, that's right. Bamboo scaffolding is not unusual in Hong Kong. It's one of the features of construction here, but there has been a debate about phasing it out, and this is perhaps going to quicken that move. But there are also question marks about other materials that were being used as well, some meshing, some netting that possibly wasn't up to fire regulations, as well as styrofoam. There are questions being asked as to whether or not that quickened the blaze that's taken place. There is also a question marks about some of the people involved. There are, as you say, 3 people that have been arrested, 2 directors, as well as an engineering consultant from a company that was involved with renovation works that were going on here. Officials say there's also a corruption probe into what's happened. We're not sure where that's going to lead to exactly, but there are lots of investigations underway with people wanting to find out exactly what went on. We still don't know what caused the fire in the first place.
As residents wait for news of family members and where they will live in the coming days, as we can see, you are at the scene, Patrick, yourself. Could you just give us a bit of a feeling of the mood there and what support people are being given?
Well, it really has been a grim 24 hours, and there are lots of people that have lost their homes, lost all their belongings, and one of the big problems that they're having to deal with now is where to house people. There are about 500 people that have been put up in a community shelter not far from here. There are 9 such temporary shelters that have been set up. A lot of the people that were affected were elderly residents as well. So I've just been over to one of those community centers, and there are groups of pharmacists that are bringing medicines that they weren't able to bring with them from their homes here behind me. But lots and lots of relief efforts are going on right now. The government has announced a whole suite of aid and support for people and temporary homes and shelters that are going to be rolled out in the coming days, as well as a fund, the $40 million fund to support victims and other people that have been affected.
And, you know, like you said, you just visited some people there. What is the feeling in Hong Kong? Because this is the first blaze we've seen like this in decades. Are people really shocked by what's happened?
Yeah, I think people are. There are people that are really questioning how exactly something like this could have happened, because Hong Kong does, in fact, have pretty strict standards when it comes to fire regulations. One of the things that's being brought to people's attentions as well is the fact that there were actually lots of inspections that have taken place regarding the renovation works that have been going on here. The renovations began in the middle of last year, and given the fact that there had been lots of inspections, one will be asking the question as to why exactly none of the problems had been rectified. So that is something that the government perhaps has to answer, but no doubt they will be looking to see who is responsible for all of it.
And Hong Kong has halted all election campaigning. Does this blaze pose a test for China's grip on the city?
Well, you talked a little bit about the mood. I think there just isn't any mood for any sort of election campaigning or electioneering right now. And indeed, the government may very well put the elections next week off all together. It's difficult to say whether or not this affects China's grip. This is, of course, the second Patriots-only legislative council elections that were taking place in Hong Kong. There is very little of the democratic movement in Hong Kong left now. But certainly this is a test. One of the problems that authorities have been facing is voter turnout. They were worried that not enough people were going to be turning out for an election, which is essentially going to go the establishment's way exactly as they wanted. So perhaps by putting it off, this test will perhaps determine whether or not more voters come out in the future.
Patrick Falk, thank you so much for your time. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The UN say at least 127 civilians have been killed in Israeli strikes on Lebanon since the ceasefire. Today marks the first anniversary of the agreement, and tensions between Israel and Hezbollah continue to soar as Israel accuses a group of trying to rearm. Hezbollah has not fired back following an attack on Beirut on Sunday, which killed their senior military chief. President Trump will not invite South Africa to participate in the G20 summit next year in Miami. Trump did not attend the recent meeting in Johannesburg over the alleged violent persecution of white Afrikaners. The US will also stop all payments and subsidies to the country over its treatment of government representatives at this year's summit. The son of a British couple detained in Iran says the UK government is not doing enough to secure their release. Lindsay and Craig Foreman were taken into custody by Iranian officials and accused of espionage, a charge they do deny. The couple claimed they were in Iran as part of a motorcycle tour around the world. Floods in Indonesia's Sumatra have killed at least 46 people and displaced thousands. That's after a tropical cyclone caused landslides, power outages and swept away homes. Rescuers are struggling to reach residents stuck in remote villages. In Southeast Asia, a week of heavy rain in Thailand has killed at least 33 people. Pope Leo XIV is in Turkey today as he kicks off his first foreign trip of his papacy. The pontiff is making a historic Christian anniversary by visiting the region before travelling to Lebanon. For more on this, I'm joined from Iznik by journalist Umut Sevdev Tango. Thank you so much, Umut, for joining me this evening and for your time. Let's just begin with the fact that Pope Leo has arrived in Turkey for his first overseas trip. I know he'll be visiting Iznik, exactly where you are. Why has he chosen Turkey? As it's important to note, it's a Muslim-majority country with only around 33,000 Catholics.
It's correct. I think that's why Pope chosen Turkey. But also I would like to underline that the Catholic Patriarch Bartholomew I, he invited Pope to Turkey because it is an anniversary which is going to Pope reaffirmation tomorrow in Iznik, is the anniversary of the 17th anniversary of the first Council of Nicaea, which is held in Iznik area. That's why he came to visit Iznik tomorrow. And the main reason he come to Turkey, because Patriarch Bartholomew's I, he invited to make to show the world how Catholics and Orthodox can come together in a Muslim world. So it's kind of
I'm afraid we have actually lost the line to Umut Sevdi Tangor, who was just speaking to us from Iznik in Turkey about the Pope's first visit to the country. If we can get her back on the line. Oh, you're back on the line. I do apologise. Sorry, we lost you briefly then. We were just talking about why the Pope had chosen Turkey. I just want to move on a little bit because the Pope did meet with President Erdogan earlier as Turkey positions itself as a mediator in international conflicts. What was the Pope's resounding message?
Basically, he emphasized the importance of dignity in society, where religion plays an important role. Before the line cut down, I was trying to say this meeting is important for Christianity because Orthodox and Catholics are coming together in a Muslim country, but is also important for the meeting between Christianity and the Muslims. So Pope said today, in a country like Turkey, where religion has a central role, it's very important to protect the dignity of all. God's children, we are all, he said, we are all God's children, and those whose hearts are open to the gods will promote the common good and treat everyone in a good will. So he tried to also underline that the religious is not only for the Muslims and Christianity, for the whole world.
And Pope Leo will then continue his tour in Lebanon, which has faced continued attacks from Israel as unrest in the Middle East does continue. What can we expect from his visit to Lebanon?
Well, basically, I think it is a symbolic visit because he is going to underline again in Lebanon about the peace, unity, and interfaith dialogue between Christian and Muslims. He will meet again leaders in the Lebanon and young people and other citizens in Lebanon. And it shows that global attention but one visit cannot end up in deep conflict or any resolution in the Middle East. But it can have influence because the Pope is very significant figure. So I think he will just give and encourage for the peace in the Middle East.
And you are in Iznik, as I said a little bit earlier, Umut, and I just want you to give me a feeling about the mood right now. Is everyone excited? Are people going to go and see the Pope? Are you going to go and see the Pope? Is there a moment of real happiness?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to able to see the Pope because everywhere is closed now in Iznik, and most probably tomorrow it will not be able to. I mean, the city entrance will be closed. Whoever reached the Iznik already, they are lucky people. And also, unfortunately, where the Pope will come and make a mass and pray ceremony, and people will not, ordinary people will not able to see him because the police barriers are already settled down there. But Iznik is a very small town, and is very close to Istanbul and another municipality, which is Bursa city, but it's very small. Economically, is only depend on fishing and tourism. During the winter, there's no visitors in Iznik. I think Iznik is the first time, now is winter in Turkey, yeah? And I think it's the first time receiving visitors from all over the world and also from, Istanbul and Bursa. business are more excited here. They are receiving more people in coffee shops and in the town center and in the hotels. And tomorrow, as I heard from the officials, and 400 media institutions, and they will cover the event here. So Iznik people are regarding the event are very excited, as well as the journalists.
I think journalists always get excited. Thank you so much for joining us. It was great to have you on. Umut Sidev Tangor, it's a pleasure to speak to you. President Putin has addressed the US peace plan proposals to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. For the first time today, he said there are no final versions of the deal, but Russia is ready for serious talks and that he agrees Donald Trump's plan can be used as a basis for future agreements. He also said that Russia wants to agree with Ukraine eventually. Take a listen to some of what he had to say.
In general, we agree that the US-backed peace plan can be used as a basis for future agreements. But it will be impolite on my part to speak about any final versions because there are none. Given these documents, we saw that Washington has a desire to return to such issues. Every single question is a separate and serious matter. We are certainly ready for a serious discussion. The US delegation will visit Moscow next week.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Tesla has opened its largest sales and service hub in India, even as the electric vehicle giant struggles with weak sales in the region. The car maker has sold just over 100 cars in India since its debut in July this year. EVs make up less than 3% of passenger vehicle sales in India, and charging infrastructure has been slow to develop. JP Morgan is planning to build a $13 billion new tower in London's financial district, Canary Wharf. The Wall Street Bank said the project would span over 6 years and create around 8,000 jobs. The planned 3 million square feet will be more than double the floor space of Britain's tallest building, which is, of course, the Shard. Turning to all the sports news now, when Liverpool are in the midst of their worst run in 71 years after a 4-1 loss against Dutch sports team PSV at Anfield. The team's stellar start was followed by a run of 6 defeats in 7 matches. The Merseyside club, which will take on Inter Milan next month, is just 1 point off the top 8 in the Champions League. And England have planned extra training sessions in Australia following their loss in the first Ashes test. The squad usually only train for 2 days or 3 days before a test. A reminder of our top stories. 2 National Guard soldiers remain in a critical condition after what President Trump's described as a monstrous ambush-style attack, allegedly by an Afghan national near the White House last night. 3 men have been arrested over a fire that engulfed a Hong Kong apartment complex, killing at least 83 people. Pope Leo XIV kicks off his first foreign trip of his papacy to Turkey. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. The Washington, D.C. shooting dominated U.S. and international headlines, while the Hong Kong tower fires commanded global attention with grim images of mass casualties and frantic rescue efforts. In America, President Trump's Ukraine peace push remained under intense scrutiny, with new details prompting continued analysis. Meanwhile, in the UK, the press stayed fixated on Chancellor Reev's budget, dissecting its tax rises and warning of sluggish long-term growth. In the U.S., headlines led with a security incident near the White House in which 2 National Guard members were shot and severely wounded. Officials identified the suspect as an Afghan national, prompting Trump to label the attack terrorism and to impose drastic measures as a result, which intensified political tensions amid existing legal disputes over his National Guard deployments. The New York Times details President Trump's forceful reaction to the shooting as he denounced the attack as terrorism and used the moment to escalate his hardline immigration agenda. The piece explains that the president vowed mass deportations and pausing all Afghan immigration applications. It goes on to say that President Trump also ordered 500 additional troops to Washington, intensifying an already contentious national debate over his expanded use of the National Guard in American cities. The report stipulates the incident without mounting legal battles over Trump's deployments and highlights growing concern that the shooting will further politicize immigration and military policing in the capital. American attention remained also focused on President Trump's Ukraine peace push as newly surfaced details shed light on how the proposal was crafted and the negotiations that shaped it. The New York Times also revealed how U.S. Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll has been using alarming intelligence on Russia to pressure European diplomats into backing the plan. The piece highlights how Driscoll warned of Russia's rapidly growing missile stockpile, saying Moscow is now manufacturing missiles faster than it fires them. Driscoll indeed conveyed to the Europeans that Russia is creating a reserve capable of devastating Ukraine's infrastructure and potentially threatening other European states. The report explains that his message delivered in Kiev was intended to justify a swift settlement that critics say disproportionately favors Russia. Analysts cited in the piece confirm Russia's expanding missile output, underscoring the urgency and peril shaping these negotiations. And as more information comes to light, Politico uncovers that the U.S. has refused to commit to long-term security guarantees for Ukraine until a peace deal with Russia is finalized. The report explains that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has made that clear to their European allies, saying that this condition reflects the broader strategy of the Trump administration, which links Western support to a diplomatic settlement. The piece underscores Kiev's concern, as well as its European backers, who consider security guarantees essential to any acceptable agreement. In an exclusive, the Washington Post reveals a growing clash between Trump and his chosen architect over the planned 900,000 square foot White House ballroom. The report recounts that the architects warned that the expansive addition would dwarf the original mansion, as the new ballroom would be double its size, violating fundamental architectural principles, while Trump insists on the project, even personally micromanaging design decisions. The piece also highlights that the renovation has already led to the demolition of the East Wing and also faces criticism for proceeding without public review or formal approval, relying instead on private funding from major corporations. The piece also underscores the fallout this is creating as preservationists, Democrats, and also architectural experts have decried the secrecy, the rapid pace, and also questionable donor influence, arguing that the project reflects a concerning shift in how the seat of the U.S. government is being reshaped. In an exclusive, the Wall Street Journal also reveals that after a call with the Chinese president, President Trump contacted Japanese Prime Minister to urge Japan to lower the volume on Taiwan-related rhetoric. The piece explains that Trump's intervention came after Beijing angrily responded to Tokyo's earlier warning that Japan might intervene militarily if China attacked Taiwan. The call also underscores Washington's intent to de-escalate tensions between its Asian allies, also prioritizing a fragile U.S.-China thaw over Japan's hardline statements. British media has delivered a largely scathing verdict of the new budget, casting it as heavy on tax and light on growth. Commentators accused Labour of breaking key promises and tightening the squeeze on households through hidden rises. Many warn the plan risks locking Britain into years of stagnation. The Economist argues that this budget is a short-term patch rather than a long-term economic plan. The analysis contends that the budget increases taxes and borrowing to meet fiscal rules, but fails to address underlying issues such as low growth and poor investment. It also highlights the UK's weak productivity, high borrowing costs, and subdued growth, saying Britain needs structural reforms. The piece also underscores how the government appears to be buying time instead of offering a credible growth strategy. The Telegraph, on the other hand, offers a tool for readers to assess how Rachel Reeves' budget will affect their personal finances. In essence, a calculator breaks down the government's tax changes and spending proposals, including threshold freezes, potential levies, and other reforms, and invites individuals to enter their income details to see whether they end up richer or poorer under the new rules. The piece, as you can see, frames the budget as a substantial £26 billion tax-raising plan that could squeeze households, making the real impact on ordinary people clearer and more immediate. In Hong Kong, a massive blaze engulfed the Wan Phu Court housing estate in northern Hong Kong, killing at least 40 people and leaving 279 unaccounted for, with dozens more hospitalized. Across continents, from Western outlets to even regional news services, papers and broadcasters covered the incident, framing it as a major urban tragedy, focusing on safety failings, material hazards, and the human toll. South China Morning Post reported the fire spread rapidly through the complex's high-rise towers, where renovations involving bamboo scaffolding, plastic sheeting, and flammable materials may have fueled the inferno. The authorities also launched a criminal probe and arrested 3 men, 2 directors and a consultant from the renovation contractor. all on suspicion of manslaughter. The report also discusses early theories behind the fatal fire at Tuang Phuc Court, suggesting a mix of suspected causes. Experts and also residents point out to the poor fire resistance of the scaffolding and renovation materials, and also the rapid spread of burning debris in windy conditions, and also alleged responsible smoking by workers involved in the estate's renovation. And we'll end with The Guardian's TV review, which praises the famous Netflix series Stranger Things' 5th and final season. The report describes the new season as lavish, emotionally charged farewell that leans fully into its darker, more cinematic ambitions. It also explains that with the young cast now older, the show shifts from adolescent adventure towards deeper character drama, giving long underused figures such as Will and Nancy more substantial arcs. Also, the piece contends that the series retains the charm and nostalgia that defined its early years, delivering high-stakes action alongside affectionate callbacks. The finale, according to The Guardian, builds to an intense, effects-driven climax that feels both spectacular and earned, offering fans a satisfying conclusion while honoring the show's Hawkins-centered mythology. It is, the review suggests, a grand and genuinely joyful send-off to one of Netflix's defining series. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. Only on Al Arabiya English.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and thank you for joining us for this special interview on the sidelines of the Dubai Air Show, which, as you can hear, is very much in progress right now. Sitting down with me now is the CEO of Oman Air, Con Korfiatis. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to Al Arabiya English.
Hello Tom, how are you? Pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you so much. Tell us, first of all, I know lots is happening at Oman Air at the moment. What sort of a year is 2025 shaping up to be?
I think 2025 is the first year we can say of a major success evolution from where we started. Oman Air is a premium airline, state-owned airline, a legacy airline if you like, and we have a wonderful product, modern aircraft. We live in a beautiful country, which is home, and we have a lovely culture and ethos in the country, and very personal one. And so it's a proud airline with a great history in terms of customer support and its loyalty. However, as a business, it's been broken. And you know, the main part over the last few years for us is really to fix the business side of it so that we can justify continued investment in the airline and go to growth. The transformation journey commenced in earnest in 24, and 24 was really a discovery of, okay, let's identify all the problems that we have. We moved the needle in terms of the performance and the results and all sorts of things, but I think 25 is a quantum leap on what we've done by the end of 24, both in terms of commercial success and new boundaries that we've broken, and then on the cost side, having identified a lot of the things that we need to fix, gone a long way in addressing a lot of those, and the journey continues.
Okay, and you're hoping to break even, I gather, by 2027?
Yeah, so we have a North Star for ourselves in terms of being formally out of transformation, and that is to take an airline that was traditionally losing a lot of money and bring it to an EBIT break even by the end of 2026, and that's our target. And it was a 3-year program, equal steps each year. And I'm really proud to say that our expected bottom line for this year is a third of the losses are a third of what they were in 23 when we started, when it was the last year before transformation. And we expect to and have a budget to get us to that break even next year.
Wow, so a lot is happening. And you've made some really big changes as well, haven't you, to your fleet already? You've only been in the job for, barely 2 years, a year and a half. What was the logic behind that?
So for an airline that's a mid-sized airline, we had a very complex fleet. For example, we had 20 wide-body aircraft split between two different two different manufacturers, and then within them we had 3 different sub-fleets. So in 20 wide-body aircraft, we had 6 different sub-fleets within 20 aircraft. No economies of scale, no efficiencies, lots of different spare parts required. You needed to move capacity around, aircraft with different configurations. It was just really, really messy. Also, it was a combination of older aircraft and very new, latest generation aircraft. And so we took the opportunity to simplify the fleet, centralise around the most modern, efficient, fuel-efficient, low emissions, and the latest customer proposition we could provide our customers. And so we centralised around the 787 fleet. We're on a similar journey with our 73s, which is our narrow-body fleet backbone. We have a combination of Maxes already, and they are the predominant amount of the fleet, but we still had about 8 or 9 NGs when I started. We're down to 4 now, and they'll be exiting the fleet over the next year or 2 as well. And so we'll be centralised around modern, fuel-efficient Boeing 787s and Boeing MAX 8, and hopefully actually as we go forward and we grow some larger derivatives of the MAX aircraft as well.
Okay, and of course you're in a region with a lot of hub and spoke airlines that are very heavily dependent on transit passengers. It sounds like from what you're telling me with regards to your ambitions for the fleet, very much sort of narrow-body centric. Are you therefore really focusing on point-to-point traffic and perhaps leaving that to one side, leaving that to the competition?
That's a good question, Tom. I think, the airline, from what I've ascertained, has had various strategies over the years, and one of them was trying to be a significant transit player. And when you look at the size of the mega hub carriers that are just next door to us in the Middle East, that wasn't really a wise strategy. And that's probably the area we've made the most significant change in on the commercial side of the organisation. We've said, well, what is the USP of Oman Air and Oman itself as a destination relative to everything else that we have in the region? And the answer is it's Oman itself. Oman is an absolutely stunning country. Its tourism assets are unique and complementary to other things you will find in the Middle East, but they are unique to Oman, and they're beautiful. And for the people who know it, they're return visitors, and they speak, and they're preachers of what we represent. So we said, well, with that in mind, we need to move more to a point-to-point solution. The country itself is on an economic transition program. One of those pillars is to build tourism, and then we're building a lot of infrastructure to support that tourism growth. And of course, they need a healthy, strong national airline which will bring more visitors to Oman. So when I started, 15% of our traffic was point to point. Today, less than 2 years, 55%, and we're hoping to grow it to over 50% into 2026. That is a significant change, and it's worth more to the airline because it gives us a higher quality of revenue with the point-to-point traffic, but of course it adds a lot of money to the Oman economy versus people who are just transiting through the airport.
You've had a very busy year and a half, haven't you? Because one of the other things you've done since taking up the job of CEO is to bring Oman Air into the One World Alliance. You're about 4 months into that relationship. How's it going?
It's going really well. Just a few statistics. With our own aircraft, we today have 42 routes we fly. We have existing partnerships, some of which go back years. Together with the partnerships we had pre-One World, we were at 90-something routes. With One World, we now have 900 routes to offer. So that platform of an alliance of some of the largest airlines in the world and the geographic footprint of those airlines being complementary to us as well is very valuable. It's valuable to Oman Air's own existing loyal customers in terms of the opportunities in a network we can offer them now being far greater than what we could in staying loyal to us before and banking their points in the loyalty programs with us and their credits with us, because they do a lot of flying with us as well. But we can expand the appeal of that to them. But also in terms of using the distribution strength of these really strong One World partner airlines in using their distribution strength to help put Oman and Oman Air also more on the map and feed in our direction as well.
I'm sure it hasn't all been plain sailing. Why would it be? There have been some supply chain challenges as well. What have been the main bottlenecks?
So, yeah, look, if it was all plain sailing, life would not be fun, right? So, in a way, it also goes with the territory. Look, I mean, our supply chain challenges are predominantly aircraft-related and are really no different to anyone else, the other airlines in the world who have the modern aircraft. The modern aircraft have brought great leaps forward in technology, you know, the efficiency of the aircraft, the flying efficiency of the aircraft, significant fuel savings. These are all real benefits. But unfortunately, on the maintenance side of it, reliability issues with the new technology are there. They're pretty significant. They're quite disruptive. We have a number of aircraft on the ground at the moment without engines, and it's a peak season. We could be flying them full of very happy customers wanting to come to Oman, and it's inhibiting us from achieving the maximum potential which you live for in the peak periods, right? So, but as I say, we're on a journey with the world on this one. The OEMs are obviously very focused on addressing this. They have no interest in things remaining like this, but unfortunately, the fixes are taking time, and we're not there yet, and the pain will remain for some time still, I think.
Al Arabiya is, of course, a Saudi channel. Just tell us briefly, if you don't mind, how is Saudi Arabia performing for you as a market, inbound and outbound?
Well, I mean, Saudi Arabia is a bit of a juggernaut, right? So, and I lived there for nearly 8 years before coming to Oman. It's got the largest local population in the GCC, the largest population in the GCC as well. It's a huge market, and it's a market that I think has very recently started its own campaigns in terms of aviation growth and the like, and the industry and the world, I think, is well aware of the targets that they have. We're not immune from that opportunity sitting in Oman, because, you know, my view on the GCC is it's actually an advantage to us to be sitting in a hot region with some of the biggest mega hubs and with markets like Saudi, in that there's a halo effect. I don't think, you know, traffic to and from the Middle East and within the Middle East is a mature market. You know, unlike many other parts of the world which are mature markets, and our growth rates therefore at the very high end relative to other parts of the world, and that opportunity, you know, we tap into that as well. Our own flights into Saudi Arabia, at the moment we serve, just doing a quick head count, 4 or 5 destinations. We plan to expand that, and we also plan to expand our frequencies to the ones we're currently flying as well. Those routes are doing really, really well. There's really healthy traffic between the two, so we're pleased with our services.
Okay, just before we wrap up, obviously a very busy year, new job for you, lots of things have been happening. The turnaround plan is well underway, already bearing fruit. Probably a bit early, but looking back at the turnaround plan and what you've achieved so far, what would you say has been your number one lesson from all of this?
Number one lesson? Look, honestly, this industry, I've been in it for a long time, and I've stayed in it for this long because it continues to evolve. So, you know, I think, you know, learning agility is very, very important. Being acutely aware of what's going on in the industry is really, really important. And I think, I guess, you know, with the transformation, I've done transformations before. There are things you expect, and a lot of that was in the airline when I joined. Was there anything remarkable that I didn't expect? Not massively, to be honest with you. It's various degrees of things. The organisation is on a huge learning curve, perhaps a little bit bigger than what I expected it would be at the start, especially for the size of the airline. But we've got a lot of passionate people in our organisation with a great deal of love for the company, and I think at the start, I'm sure there was a large number of our people who were doubting the transformation and doubting what might have been wrong and whether this was going to help. and it's amazing how quickly they've adopted and they've learned, and they're believers, and they're fully supportive and working absolutely determined to achieving where we need to go. You know, we carry the country's name on our aircraft, and therefore with that goes great responsibility, and I think that's not lost in our people, and our success so far is because of them, so I'm very, very proud.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Con Kofiatis, the CEO of Oman Air, thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much indeed to you for watching. Please stay with us here on Al Arabiya English.
Tremendous progress with only a few sticking points. President Trump says a Russia-Ukraine peace deal is on the horizon. But is it? Ukraine's red lines remain, and Russia is refusing to budge on its war goals. So what progress has been made? And what should Ukraine give up in return for peace? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That Counterpoints debate coming up soon.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jandamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewelry as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans, and other things.
आज काली गर्मी का टाइम हम खुदाई करेंगे, बीज डालेंगे ऐसे.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
आज लड़की मेला है.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. That there are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी. We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है. अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है, ये फ्यूचर सब.
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. tourism is not welcomed here, what can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
Hello and welcome to this interview with the UK Foreign Minister, Yvette Cooper. Thank you for this chance and welcome to Riyadh.
It's lovely to be here.
So, since we are in Saudi Arabia, tell us more about the UK-Saudi relationship, especially when it comes to trade.
Well, this is a hugely important relationship for us. It's a hugely important friendship, a long historic friendship. We already have very strong trading links on issues ranging from energy, security, a whole range of different areas. But we want to strengthen and broaden those trading links. And I've been today in the Riyadh Stock Exchange talking about financial services cooperation, the many different areas that we can strengthen that relationship. Because I know I've known for many years about the work being done here around Vision 2030, and that's why I was keen to see all of the work that's been done and how we can strengthen that trading relationship, that economic relationship, but also that political and diplomatic partnership as well.
And what does the UK specifically want from Saudi Arabia when it comes to trade?
Well, we want to strengthen our trading links. It could be a whole series of areas where we think around life sciences, around technology, around different investment opportunities in both of our countries. We already have 1,900 British companies operating here in Saudi Arabia, and we want to strengthen those links because we think that is good for growth in the UK. It's also good for growth here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but it's good for that trading partnership that we build those links that are so important already.
Let's talk about politics, because also this is one of the very important topic for our viewers and for Saudi Arabia. Sir Keir Starmer said that the UK can use its experience with the Northern Ireland solution and expertise and help in disarming Hamas. What did the US or the Israelis or the Palestinians say regarding this?
Well, as we know, I think we're all of us hugely relieved that the ceasefire is in place. It's fragile, but it is in place as a result of the US-led peace initiative. But there's been a huge amount of work to get to this point, and we know there's a huge amount of work still that needs to be done in order to deliver a just and lasting peace. And that means, for us, that means we have recognised the state of Palestine because we believe that we need to ultimately have a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living alongside each other. That's the only way that we will get that peace and security for everyone. But of course, there's crucial issues that need to be dealt with along the way. Part of President Trump's 20-point plan is around the decommissioning of weapons of Hamas as part of that peace process. The UK does have experience of the decommissioning process around Northern Ireland, and that's why we have put forward proposals as part of those negotiations and as part of that peace process. What we've also offered to do is to support things like demining, because we know that there are unexploded ordnances across Gaza. We need to be able to deal with those in order to make it safe to get the humanitarian aid in that is desperately, desperately needed.
If we talk about the Northern Ireland model, which has been discussed all over, right? the model also dictates that Hamas will have a role in Gaza. Is this something that the UK will accept, at least political role?
Well, we've been clear, and it's part of the 20-point plan, but we also made it very clear in all of the statements that we've made that Hamas can have no role in the governance of Gaza or the governance of Palestine. We have always made that extremely clear as part of our support for this peace process, and we believe that is essential to making sure that we can get the just and lasting peace. But we've set out different proposals about how we get that decommissioning, because Hamas has agreed, as part of them signing up to this ceasefire and to President Trump's 20-point plan, that they will demilitarise, but now we need to make sure that there is an effective process to do that.
So the UK and the West is okay with a Hamas, a political Hamas?
No, well, they need
political party.
Well, no, we've been clear that they cannot be part of the governance of Gaza or the governance of Palestine.
There are many plans: the Trump plan, the Tony Blair plan, and many initiatives, the Saudi French plan. Which is the UK's preference, and is the Tony Blair part of the UK government approach also?
Well, a lot of people put forward proposals during the summer of different ways. We put forward proposals as how we have a framework for peace, because all of us know that the ceasefire is only the first step. There are so many further things that need to happen in order for it to be a just and lasting peace. So different people have put forward different proposals and different measures, but all of those, I think, have now fed into the 20-point plan that President Trump set out, and that is what all parties signed up to and signed up to support. So that is what we now have to take forward. Of course, there will be lots of detailed work to do along the way, but it is that US-led peace initiative that I think we are supporting and that I think many people are supporting to deliver now.
So a lot of instability in the region. Let's move to Lebanon. The Hezbollah has not disarmed yet, and Israel is threatening to launch a major military offensive up to Beirut, like it's been in the news recently. Is it realistic to ask the Lebanese army, knowing its capabilities, to disarm Hezbollah?
Well, I think nobody wants to see a return to conflict. That would be deeply damaging, and it's really important that everyone works to prevent that taking place. It's also important, of course, we want to see the disarmament of Hezbollah. Has been a deeply destructive force in the region, but is why we support the continual work to have not just the work that the UN has led in the area, but also the work for the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army as the recognised forces to be able to continue to work to ensure that we get that peace, that stability, and of course we do need to see the disarmament of Hezbollah.
The UK is involved in the border between Lebanon and Syria. Have you had any role, or are you suggesting any role for the UK to also organise the border between Lebanon and Israel?
Well, we think that this needs to be UN-led processes, and in fact, one of the UK ministers is in the region over the next few days as well. So it's really important that we continue to all work together, but we're clear that this is about UN processes.
How are you supporting the Lebanese army?
So we support the UN-led work in order to be able to ensure that everything possible can be done to stabilise, to have greater stability and security for Lebanon, but also for the region more widely.
Let's talk about Iran. Does the UK still think that Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guard still pose a threat on individuals inside the UK?
Well, I'm afraid we have seen direct threats, Iran-backed threats on UK soil, and that is a deep concern to us and for our national security, and that is why we will always stand firm on national security issues and against any kind of threat from the Iranian regime. As you'll know, we've also been very clear and firm around our concerns around the nuclear programme, the Iranian nuclear programme, and that's why we have also restored and strengthened the sanctions around the nuclear programme as well.
President Trump said 2 weeks ago that the US is ready for a deal as soon as Tehran is. So is a deal with the West imminent?
Well, I think this was on the issue around the nuclear program. We had hoped, we had continually urged Iran to comply with the nuclear non-proliferation treaty requirements to ensure that they were taking seriously their responsibilities to ensure that they could comply with the inspections, the nuclear program inspectors, and to be able to do so. And we had called on them many times to do so. In the event, they simply did not respond. But we continue to say we want to see a diplomatic process to restore confidence and cooperation around that nuclear program and preventing the nuclear program. So we continue to want that diplomatic process. But because we just did not see that progress taking place, we did not see that compliance, that is why we ended up triggering what they call the snapback process and ensuring that sanctions could be strengthened, could be restored in order to maintain the pressure to comply with the requirements.
But the Iranian regime is, if anything, known about it, that it's patient. Is there a deadline for this?
Well, we will continue to put pressure on and we'll continue to urge
And what are the
Iran
options
to
on the
comply.
table? Another military strike?
No, we don't want to see conflict. We don't want to see the conflict return or escalate in any way. What we do, however, want to continue with is a diplomatic pressure on Iran to comply with their basic requirements on nuclear non-proliferation.
Mm-hmm. We see the UK more involved, especially under this government in the Middle East. You're back on the global scene, especially in the Middle East. What has changed and where are the areas of interest for the UK?
So we do very much feel that for us in the UK, the partnerships we build across the world, across different regions, are what make us stronger back at home. And whether that is our trading partnerships, we know that the trade, the investment partnerships that we have here in Saudi Arabia, but also across the region, we know that those trading relationships are what make our economy stronger. But we also know that the security partnerships, the diplomatic partnerships, how that also makes us stronger at home. We know that issues, whether it be around Iran, whether it be around issues around Gaza, instability in different parts of the world can have consequences for all of us, and we are all stronger if we maintain those diplomatic partnerships and those trading relationships, those diplomatic relationships and those security relationships. That's why it's so important for me to be here in Riyadh, but it's also why we do see issues around foreign policy, around diplomacy, around those crucial relationships. We want to support peace, we want to prevent conflict in other parts of the world, but we also want that stability and security because that also helps us back home.
Last question before we wrap. It's headlines, and I cannot avoid this question. Sudan, specifically Al-Fashir. What's the UK stand on this?
It's atrocious. It's really incredibly disturbing what we've seen happening in Al-Fashir. We've seen executions take place in a maternity hospital. We've seen the real reports of the most horrendous atrocities. 130,000 children still at risk as a result of those RSF advances. We are calling for an urgent ceasefire. We are calling for an immediate humanitarian truce so we can support people. It's essential that happens. I'm also particularly troubled by some of the reports that we have seen about sexual violence being used as a weapon of war. These are kinds of atrocities.
Are you involved in the talks for ceasefire as the UK?
So we're supporting, we know that there have been, we support the discussions that have been taking place as part of the Quad involving Saudi Arabia, but also involving the US, the UAE, the Emiratis, and also Egypt as well. That Quad discussions are hugely important and we'll support that process, but we're also having discussions internationally as well about how we support the process because we do desperately need that ceasefire in place.
I have so many questions about the Middle East, but I know your time is limited. Thank you so much for finding the time for this talk, and good luck.
Lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Tremendous progress with only a few sticking points. President Trump says a Russia-Ukraine peace deal is on the horizon. But is it? Ukraine's red lines remain, and Russia is refusing to budge on its war goals. So what progress has been made, and what should Ukraine give up in return for peace? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and this is Counterpoints. The effective end of its existence as an independent country, or its only pathway to peace. A deal originally drafted by the US and Russia has backed Ukraine into a corner. If it agrees to the terms, it risks its sovereignty and major public backlash. If it doesn't agree, the war continues and it risks losing US support.
I think we're getting very close to a deal. We'll find out. I thought that one would have been gone quicker. We did 8. I thought that would have been an easier one, but I think we're making progress.
The revised peace plan has reportedly reached consensus on most of the points, except the ones that really matter, the really contentious ones, the points requiring Ukraine to cede territory to Russia, dramatically reduce the size of its military, and agree to never join NATO. Classifying these as merely a few sticking points seems like an understatement.
As long as Russia has not taken real steps toward demobilization, real steps to shut down its war machine, steps that would clearly show that Russia is serious about ending this war of aggression, we do not have the right to stop working to support Ukraine.
So coming up on this episode, we'll debate if a Ukraine peace deal really is imminent. What does an acceptable compromise look like? And has the recent corruption scandal weakened Zelensky's hand? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Dr. Alexander Mereshko, a Ukrainian MP who heads the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament. Brandon Weichert is back with us, Senior National Security Editor at the National Interest and author of A Disaster of Our Own Making, How the West Lost Ukraine. And rounding out our panel, Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Secretary of State for Defence between 2014 and 2017. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thank you so much for being with us. Well, the US has been very open about pursuing what it calls an aggressive timeline to secure a deal between Russia and Ukraine. US President Donald Trump had initially said he wanted Ukraine's Zelensky to sign on by Thanksgiving, but he's since walked back from that particular deadline. He does, however, remain optimistic. Alexander, let's put it to you first. Is a deal imminent?
Well, unfortunately, I would like to say yes, but on the basis of the previous experience, I have to be really skeptical about this. And besides, we know that for President Trump, deadlines not always work. So he is very flexible with all kinds of deadlines.
He is very flexible with deadlines. Brandon, do you think that is is a sign that maybe the president isn't as confident that a deal is imminent as he had made out in the days previously?
I think the president very badly wants a deal. I think the president's problem is he's dealing with a bureaucracy in Washington that is not totally under his control. I think he has a Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who is sort of out there calling audibles every time he gets out of the country. That's complicating things. And I think that he has a lot of factors such as Ukrainian input, which is causing complications because obviously Zelensky doesn't agree with the 28-point plan. There's now a 19-point plan that apparently the Ukrainians have floated as an alternative that Marco Rubio is running with. So there is no consensus here. There is no stasis in the argument. So in my opinion, I don't think we're going to be getting a deal anytime soon, unfortunately, although I do believe Trump wants it.
He can want it all he wants, so Michael, can't he? But what do you think? Do you agree? We've got two quite pessimistic outlooks there.
Well, I'm not as pessimistic. Actually, if it hadn't been for President Trump, I don't think we'd be anywhere near a deal at the moment. His predecessor didn't know how to end this war. The Europeans don't know how to end this war. I mean, what the president is doing, and timetable may well slip. It's already slipped, as you pointed out. It may well slip. But what he is impressing on everybody is that this war has to end at some point. And at the moment, Ukraine simply can't win this war. It's always been true that Ukraine could lose, but Ukraine can't win. If the United States aren't prepared to support Ukraine indefinitely, if the Europeans are going to go on buying Russian oil and gas and not supplying Ukraine with the weapons it's needed for so long, then Ukraine can't actually win this war. And I think President Trump has put his finger on it. There has to be some kind of negotiated ceasefire. And, the quicker that is done, the better.
Dr. Mareshka, what do you make of Sir Michael's comments there? Can Ukraine not win this war?
To quote one famous politician, yes, we can. Yes, we can. To win this war, it's winnable, but it depends on the support of the West, or the whole Western world, including the United States, because each time when Ukraine displays creativity, like Operation Spiderweb, for example, we have success. And what's going on right now, Russia has bogged down in the territory of Ukraine. According to some estimates, for example, for Russia to occupy the rest of the Donetsk Oblast only will take 5 years and several millions of casualties on the Russian side. So we can win the war, but again, it depends on the support, especially, such long-range missiles like Tomahawks, for example, and all kinds of sophisticated advanced weaponry.
Exactly. But given those weapons are not being supplied, and they should have been, of course, you're right. They should have been supplied. They should have been supplied very much earlier in this conflict. I only wish now we'd given Ukraine the weapons it needed back in 2014 to resist this aggression in the Donbass. But we decided collectively, Obama, Merkel, the British government, we decided collectively not to do that. And I don't think you can go backwards. I still don't think, without the support that you recognize is needed from outside, I don't see how Ukraine can actually regain the territory it's lost. And therefore, we have to have some kind of compromise.
Yeah, they can't regain the territory. And I disagree, though, respectfully, that we should have been giving weapons, tomahawks and whatnot. That is not the way we should have been doing this. We should have been negotiating a settlement. The Minsk Accords were the way to go, and we messed that one up. And the Ukrainians are now paying the price for it. And it's very unfortunate because the Ukrainians do not need to be getting slaughtered this way. The war should have been over years ago, at the very least 2 years ago during the Istanbul conference, but that is the way it goes. So we do need to now stop talking about resupplying. The United States, as I have said for many, many years now, the United States is depleting its critical stockpiles of weapons. And now we have what looks like to be some major operation off the coast of Venezuela. It looks like there's something kicking up between Japan and China, which will undoubtedly rope the United States in. There is no way we can afford, with those limited stockpiles of weapons, to be able to be sending all of that over to Ukraine while we're doing all these other things. We have to pick a front, and the Russian front is not the primary front.
I understand that, but that's why I think we now need, to stop the killing, to actually focus on what kind of ceasefire would give Ukraine some kind of peace and some kind of security. Clearly, it's not ideal. Clearly, it will never reflect the courage and the heroism of the Ukrainian forces. We can never do that. We can't set the clock back. But what we can do, I think, is focus all our efforts on making sure that there really is a security guarantee for any ceasefire, at least as strong as Ukraine being inside NATO, that Ukraine keeps a substantial military force to resist any further incursions, and that any territory that it does give up, it gives up de facto rather than de jure. There's no lasting surrender of that territory, and that one day Ukraine, just as Germany or hopefully one day Korea, can be reunited with the territory it's lost.
Well, what you're talking about, though, is not a peace then. You're talking about a ceasefire, and I don't think that's what most Americans would support. I think we want a peace deal. And so I don't believe we should be leaving the door open. Trump is out of office in 35 months. What's to stop the next American president from restarting hostilities with the Russians over Ukraine again? We don't want to have a security guarantee because our security guarantees, frankly, have exacerbated this crisis much more than it already has been. So in my opinion, I agree we need to get a deal. I agree that we need to stop the killing right now. I'm with you on that. And I think the president is as well. But in my view, we do not need to be doing any deal that leaves the door open for some, ambiguous open-ended date where we're going to go back into conflict with the Russians. The Russians have been very clear, and we've been on panels together with Russian representatives where they've been consistently clear. They don't want this open-ended thing, so they're not even going to come to the table, really, if we start talking about we're going to give security guarantees and we're going to leave the door open for the Ukrainians at some point to take back land. That part of the war is over, and unfortunately, in my opinion, the Russians have won. And so we need to move on now and save what's left of Ukraine.
I don't think we're that far apart, but I would like to hear from Alexander on this.
Yeah,
yes.
Let's bring in Dr. Mareshko. How do you feel, particularly with a suggestion from Brandon that perhaps this frontier is no longer the US's priorities, considering it has other issues on its doorstep that the president is now turning his attention to? If that's the case, is this the best deal Ukraine is going to get? In which case, should it take it?
Well, first of all, it makes sense to negotiate with someone when you are sure that you can reach a result and this person will comply with the reached compromise, reached agreement. But this is exactly not the case with Putin. He had violated all possible agreements, including Minsk Accords, including Budapest Memorandum, including bilateral treaty, respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. So it makes absolutely no sense to even to negotiate with Putin, because he will never comply with the reached agreement. It makes no sense. Second, with regard to security guarantees, we had this and continue to have these security guarantees from the United States. It's called the Budapest Memorandum. We had given up our the only deterrent factor, our nuclear arsenal, one of the biggest in the world. And we hope that the United States will do everything to prevent Russia from attacking us. So what kind of lesson other countries should learn from this? So that they should have their own nuclear arsenal, like North Korea, or to do something else. Finally, I believe in the United States. I don't think that United States is a weak country. It's a giant in terms of economic power, in terms of military-industrial complex. I don't believe that the United States doesn't have, it's so weak, supposedly, that it doesn't have enough weaponry to share with Ukraine. I just don't believe in this.
Well, unfortunately, that we are depleting significant stockpiles and we are unable to replenish them. In a related bit of news, the U.S. Navy has finally canceled the Constellation-class frigate after billions and billions of dollars spent on it. It's just one of many examples of how things are not going the way they should be in the American defense industrial base. And I think Ukraine and the rest of the world needs to get very, very realistic here about what Uncle Sam can do truly for them, rather than relying on the sweet, siren song that politicians in Washington send their way. The fact of the matter is the Americans are at the end of our logistical rope, and we cannot continue this war. It is a miracle that we've been able to do what we've been able to do given all the crises. And I would just add, in my personal opinion, in 1994, the giving up of those nukes was the single greatest mistake Ukraine ever made. That was a significant leverage point. They basically sold out their national sovereignty to Bill Clinton, who was never serious about actually upholding the promises he made. He was only trying to buy time for himself. Clinton was a short-term thinker, and it was very clear that was a short-term solution to a headache he was dealing with between Ukraine and Russia, Boris Yeltsin at the time. So in my opinion, the great mistake and the lesson to be learned is if you have nuclear weapons, don't give them up. You cannot give them up. That is your shield. Okay. And in the case of Ukraine and America, America should have been using its technical proficiency to shore up that nuclear weapons arsenal in Ukraine to make sure the Ukrainians had a viable access and control over those weapons rather than pulling them out and giving the Russians that opening. So.
Probably. But,
I have a question for you as a specialist on security issues. Are you suggesting that the United States should rectify this mistake made by the United States? Because at that time, Clinton's administration put pressure on Ukraine to give up our nuclear arsenal. Maybe the United States should give back at least technical nuclear weaponry.
Unfortunately now that cannot happen because the Ukraine state is too unstable right now. It cannot happen. It can't happen.
Both of you, with respect, both of you are now going backwards, and I understand why. I think we've got to face the reality, the real world today. The United States is not going to commit much more weaponry to this fight if Ukraine can't win it, and the Russians are not going to retreat from the Donbass. Therefore, there has to be, sadly, some kind of ceasefire agreement. And the issue, and Alexander's rightly raised it, can we devise some form of security guarantee, one that Brandon probably doesn't like, but can we devise some kind of security guarantee that does give Ukraine a better assurance?
Neutrality is the only security guarantee.
Or from Minsk. And secondly, can we ensure that Ukraine retains enough of its military to be able to prevent further incursions in the southeast of its country? That's what we should now be focusing on, facing the real world and seeing what kind of ceasefire might possibly hold. Not going to be easy. That's why they're still locked away in different hotel rooms in different cities trying to work it out.
You're correct, and yes, in principle, you are correct. But the problem we're facing now is at the tactical level, and I think this is very key to keep in mind. And I'm not dismissing the heroism of the Ukrainian frontline troop at all. But the fact of the matter is, at the tactical level, the Russians have the advantages. And the 2023 offensive that was planned by U.S. generals, by the way, it was a disaster for Ukraine against Russia, and it did more damage to Ukraine's ability to hold out than it helped. And so we are now in a position where we want to negotiate. We have to negotiate. But the Russians don't necessarily have to negotiate because they hold all the cards on the ground right now. And at some point, the Ukrainians are not going to be able to hold out. So when we talk about getting a deal and the Russians say root causes, we all know what that means. When the Russians say root causes, we're going to have to meet them at the table and be willing to discuss the root causes because we don't have the leverage anymore that we had, say, in April of 2022.
Well, I think we ought to be more positive than that. You're still going backwards.
I'm a realist. I don't live in positive or negatives. I just accept the reality as it is.
I think we can be positive. Look at other wars that have ended. Look even at the war between North Korea and South Korea. Okay, the country was split in two. Look at South Korea now. An incredibly strong country with a lot of inward investment and a big economic power in the world. Ukraine could be that, even with some portion of its territory, like Korea or Finland, some portion of its territory temporarily lost for a few years. Ukraine, with a lot of inward investment.
Well, South Korea and North Korea is permanently
Ukraine
lost
could
to South Korea.
easily be a great European country.
Hold on. I understand your example of Korea, but I think it's important to remember North Korea is permanently lost to South Korea, and no South Korean I know is talking about reclaiming the the Yalu River or Pyongyang. They're two separate countries now, which is what I think would be best for Ukraine. And it sounds like the Russians, outside of that eastern portion and the Crimean region, the Russians are willing to let the western portion of Ukraine go its own way. It's the NATO types that keep insisting on this completely irrational strategy of doubling down on failure. And so, in my opinion, you want to do a North Korea, South Korea model, fine, but we have to acknowledge South Korea is not trying to take North Korea, and North Korea, it sounds like lately, isn't even really interested in taking South Korea anymore. They're doing their own thing. So
what I
I
meant
digress.
in the long term, Brandon, in the long term, freedom will out. When I started in politics, half of Europe was behind the Iron Curtain, was living under the Soviet Union. Country by country, those countries became free, joined the European Union, joined NATO, and became democracies. You must never write this off. But
look,
for now,
I understand what you're saying.
Ukraine
We blew it after 91.
Ukraine now has an opportunity. If we all get in now, invest in the rest of Ukraine, Ukraine's economy can modernize, it retains some military force, and it can become a great European country with the support of the world community. And we can only do that if we build outwards from a ceasefire.
All right, I want to bring in, before we need to move on to our next segment, Dr. Marechko, give me your opinion on what you're hearing there, the prospect of being divided in a North-South Korea sort of sense. I also want to ask you if you can answer this as well. The feeling from you, from Ukraine, about whether the US remains a just, a viable, a legitimate mediator here, after we've heard these reports showing US Special Envoy Witkoff coaching Russian negotiators on how to get on the good side of President Trump. Does that negate the US's role as a legitimate mediator here?
Well, first of all, I don't view the United States as a mediator. I view as our ally and as our friend. Despite some,
does a friend work against you in favor of your enemy?
No. Well, if you look, for example, at opinion polls in the United States, majority of Americans, both Republicans and Democrats, support Ukraine. And they understand that Russia presents huge danger for American security. I hope they understand that Russia is waging war not only against Ukraine, it's waging, in the final analysis, the war against the United States, against US-led rules-based order. And it's important to remember this fact. But I have a practical suggestion. When we're talking about security guarantees for Ukraine, the best security guarantee for us is NATO membership. So the only thing the United States can do as the leader in NATO, just to admit Ukraine to NATO. And I assure you, it will stop Putin, it will stop Russian aggression against Ukraine. Because Putin, yes, he is a bully, but he is a coward. He is afraid he cannot handle Ukraine. He is he is losing the war. And this is the truth. Ukraine is not losing. Putin, Russia is losing the war. And we can see it. But the best solution, of course, is NATO membership, the most practical and the most reasonable. Just we need political will on the part of the United States.
What about the concept of Ukraine being permanently divided, like South Korea, North Korea? Is that an acceptable concept?
It's ludicrous. Russia should be divided, and I hope this empire will collapse into a new states like Ichkeria, Chechnya, like Tatarstan. It's inevitable. It's an empire which will collapse. The whole history of Russia is a history of collapse of empire. So it's inevitable. It's just new historical cycle. As for Ukraine, you will see that, I don't know when it will happen, but we will restore our territorial integrity. Sooner or later, it's inevitable.
I'm going to move us on to our next segment, and then I'll get you responses to that as we move on. This age-old adage that we hear all the time, there are no winners in war, seems very relevant in this conflict, especially as it grinds on towards 4 years without major victories on either side for so long now. So both sides have a very bitter pill to swallow. And then more broadly, Europe in turn has suffered through energy and cost of living crises and now faces the extra economic burden of boosting defence spending as, just as Brandon was saying about the US, their depletion of armaments continues as well. US Vice President J.D. Vance wrote on social media, "There is a fantasy that if we just give more money, more weapons and more sanctions, victory is at hand." Brandon, is he right? Is it a fantasy that continued US and European support for Ukraine equals victory?
He is correct that continued U.S. Support is complicating the ability for Ukraine to get a favorable deal. Vice President Vance is correct that our aid and our supplying of Ukraine has exacerbated this. And this connects back to what Alexander was saying earlier. The Russians have said for years, and maybe they're all lying, I don't know, but the Russians have always said root causes. And when they say root causes, that's synonymous with NATO expansion. Now, we all might think, who cares? It's not a big deal. It's just that's a peaceful thing that's going on. But to the Russians, this was always a very significant red line. Mikhail Gorbachev warned about this in his final year. Boris Yeltsin, who was probably the most pro-American leader of Russia ever, was warning Bill Clinton about this. And of course, Vladimir Putin has been, vetching about this for a while. So we're talking now about the U.S. through NATO continuing to supply and eventually absorbing at least part of Ukraine into NATO. I don't understand how people believe that that is a shield against the Russians. It is not. It will only demand from the Russians that they militate further against Ukraine and eventually against the rest of Europe. The way out of this is to not absorb Ukraine into NATO and to live up to the principle of the Budapest Memorandum, which first and foremost enshrined Ukrainian sovereignty plus neutrality. And we have violated that. And so root causes are a condition for Russian rapprochement. And so far, the Europeans seem complete. I understand Ukrainians not liking to talk about this. I get it. And I empathize with them. But ultimately, we got to be the big boys in the room, and we're going to have to not talk about Ukrainian entry into NATO, and we're going to have to cut this thing off, not only because America has bigger fish to fry, but because we're making the situation worse for Ukrainian people.
Dr. Marechko, what do you think about that?
Neutrality in the Budapest Memorandum, I never heard. I read it many times. I didn't find neutrality for Ukraine in the Budapest Memorandum.
The Russians did not sign that thinking that Ukraine was going to join NATO, sir. The Russians would have never signed that. Okay, this is the problem.
I cannot read minds. I don't know what
I understand you can't read minds, but the bottom line is that Ukraine constantly flirting with NATO is the reason why this war is happening the way it is. That is 100% why. And we need to accept this. And all the people obsessed with expanding NATO, and you mentioned earlier this plan to collapse Russia, and I've heard it from the people at Hudson Institute my entire career. I've heard it from the neocons in Washington. My entire career I've heard this, and it sounds as nutty now as it did then. Frankly, collapsing a nuclear-armed state the way you're talking about in Russia will create a nightmare scenario. We barely avoided that in the 90s, thanks to the Nunn-Lugar Amendment. You're talking about now basically encouraging this, and I guess Ukraine being used as a vehicle for that. That is a very dangerous supposition, and that is not something the American people support, and it's certainly not something that the President of the United States will ever support.
Well, look, we've got to be realistic.
The root causes. There is only one root cause, and this is crime of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine.
Yeah, they shouldn't have invaded you. I agree. That is wrong.
International
I get
law.
it.
As for NATO membership, why Putin doesn't want Ukraine to be in NATO? For only one reason, because Ukraine and NATO doesn't help him to kill Ukraine. That's the only reason. And this is exactly the reason why we want to be in NATO. This is the only guarantee of our survival. It is the only thing which can prevent Putin from erasing us from the map of the earth and subjugating the country and the nation. That's the only reason. Other countries, like small countries like Estonia, Latvia, they're safe just because they're members of NATO. We also want to be safe when we have this maniac as our neighbor.
All right,
okay,
so Michael?
if we've learnt one thing, 4 years of this dreadful war, and indeed since the invasion of Crimea, is that Russia is never going to allow Ukraine to join NATO in anything like the near future. And therefore we have to be absolutely realistic about this. There are no winners from this war, as you said. And if the US is not going to supply and can't spare the weapons that you need, and if Europe is not able to wean itself off Russian oil and gas and supply the weapons you need, then nobody is going to win this war. And that means we have got to search for a proper ceasefire that has some element of security, not as perfect as NATO membership, but some element which the President has already conceded the United States may in some form be willing to provide. Some element of security backed up by the Europeans that at least give Ukraine the prospect of living beyond a ceasefire with no further invasion of its territory. And that, coupled with retention of a large military force, an awful lot of Western investment, I think should be what the Ukrainians can now get out of this particular process. But we can't go back to Budapest. We can't go back to the original invasion of Crimea. Yes, Ukraine has been betrayed, but we have to move forward now and find a peaceful settlement.
If we're talking about compromises, Donald Trump was asked what compromises Russia will have to make in this, and he responded by saying to stop fighting and not take more land. It's not really a huge compromise when you consider what the deal is asking Ukraine to give up. So, Michael, isn't this just going to send the message then that might is right? If you're tough enough, you can kind of take whatever you want and the US is going to let you do it?
You've got to look, I think, at what Russia really wanted. Russia wanted the whole of Ukraine. Russia wanted to change the government of Ukraine. It thought it'd be in Kyiv in weeks. Thanks to the bravery of the Ukrainians, that has not happened. So Russia will be deprived of that aim. It has not been able to conquer Ukraine and restore it inside the Soviet Union. Secondly, Russia wanted to demilitarize Ukraine. You see now in the proposals that are being floated, Ukraine will be able, under the plan that's being put forward, to retain a sizable military force. And thirdly, I hope you will see that Ukraine will not have to cede these territories de jure forever, that there will be a ceasefire and they will be temporarily conceding that Russian occupation of those bits of the Donbass that they occupy at the moment. So, Russia, having set out nearly 4 years ago, has lost hundreds of thousands of its troops, has been humiliated as a military machine in the eyes of the world by the Ukrainian army, and has not gained its principal prize, which was to conquer Ukraine, bring it back in the Russian orbit, and install a Russia-friendly government in Kyiv.
So, Dr. Mareshko, should you take that as a win, and maybe then there is compromise to be had?
Well, if we allow aggressor not to be punished to get away with the crime, but to be rewarded with territorial concessions, then the whole world, global security is in big trouble. It creates very dangerous precedent for China, for other potential aggressors. Aggressors should be defined as simple as that. The whole civilized life is based on several principles. One of them is a principle of international law, sovereign equality. We don't dictate Russia whether to be or not in one defense alliance. Russia has its own defense alliance, and we never were against this. Why should they dictate us to which international organizations to join or not? Another principle is the principle of non-use of force. Again, if we violate this principle or allow someone to be rewarded for the violation, it will take us back in the 19th century. We shouldn't allow this to happen. It's a matter for the whole humanity.
There are, of course, implications from this.
Should be stopped by all of us.
Sure, but of course there will be implications, and there will be encouragement from other countries that start crossing borders, of course. But the plain fact of the matter is that 3/4 of the United Nations did not condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, would not support us, despite all our efforts to rally the international community. The international support was not there. Now, yes, there are implications, and yes, we've got to be very clear in future how we defend democracies. They can't all be inside NATO. Taiwan's not in NATO. Georgia's not in NATO. But we've got to think harder after this about how we defend countries that are free and democratic, but are outside the NATO club. And we've got to find a better way of doing that.
I think the entire assumption that people can rely upon international law has always been a flawed assumption. Does make right. This is the Westphalian state model. It is anarchic by nature, and this is why the countries that can seek their security through maximum, policies, this is what they do, and this is what the United States does. We did it in Iraq. Anybody who talks about international law needs to really understand that the United States violated international law then. We should never have been in Iraq, and we did that, and that was because we could. And it's the same thing the Russians are saying now. And this is just the way the world works, especially now where there is a multipolar system, or at least a tripolar system. And unfortunately, these appeals to international law don't really help the situation at all, because nobody's paying attention to international law. And that's just the way it is. And as for these, these notions about, Ukraine can reclaim territory, they can't. And they haven't been able to. The Russians have held on to their part of Ukraine that they have held on to for over a decade. We've now spilled a lot of blood, spent a lot of money, sent a lot of weapons over there, and it really hasn't fundamentally shifted the paradigm at the tactical level. And we're now getting to a point where Ukraine is running out of money and Ukraine is running low on troops. And I disagree with these casualty figures that were being bandied about. We have to be very careful with those numbers, because both the Russians and the Ukrainians are manipulating the numbers. And I don't think we have an accurate read at all. And as for why Trump is talking about giving, so little in return, or getting so little in return from Russia, with the original question, it's very simple. He's finally, I think, being given the briefing that, people like me have been trying to get in to brief these guys on. And I think he finally got it. And he saw that the Russians have all of the advantages right now on the ground. And we don't have the ability anymore to change that without seriously escalating. And that's not in anybody's interest here. An escalation of the kind that's being discussed, wherein Ukraine is given some kind of guarantee, either NATO or otherwise, that will lead to a much larger war, and that destroys the smaller state, no matter who wins that. And I don't think I think the objective here should be to preserve Ukraine as best we can, and that has got to be the lodestar here.
So, Michael, I want to put to you the prospect that perhaps if the US does decide that these negotiations are taking too long, it's no longer the US's priority, that this is going to land squarely on the UK and the EU's doorstep. One of the US's new lead negotiators, the Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, is an ally of Eurosceptic Vice President J.D. Vance. And let's not forget, Europe was left out of the original drafting of this deal anyway. Should Europe be worried that it's going to be the only ones left supporting the Ukraine here?
Well, Europe shouldn't resile from this. This responsibility is ours. It's on our continent. Europe should have stepped up a long time ago. Why are we constantly, begging the United States to get our fat out of the fire? Europe should have stepped up when the original invasion of Crimea took place. As I said, Hollande and Merkel and the British government, we should have helped to arm Ukraine then with the weapons that it wanted. We should have, pushed home on the Minsk agreement. We should have supplied the weapons Ukraine wanted, as I said earlier, much earlier, instead of dribbling them out. And we should have increased our own defence expenditure. And we should probably have, charted, I said, a better form of partnership with those countries that are actually outside NATO, so that they had some kind of cover. And we should now pick up the pieces. I think one of the reasons Putin invaded Crimea and the southeast of Ukraine is he saw the Europeans' heart wasn't really in Ukraine. We weren't investing in it. We didn't really consider it as a proper European country. We should accelerate Ukraine's membership now of the European Union. We should invest in Ukraine. We should do everything we can to grow a really strong economy there, a really successful society there after the war has come to a ceasefire. And we should, that should now be our investment. So yes, the responsibility should now fall on Europe and should have been taken up by Europe a long time ago.
If I could just pick you up on that, you were Defence Secretary, part of the governmental apparatus during the Crimea invasion and annexation. So when you say we should have, why didn't the government do it at the time?
Well, we lost the argument. I argued strongly that we should have supplied some of the weaponry that Ukraine wanted in the summer of 14. But it was a coalition government. The rest of the coalition was not in favour, and nobody was in favour. Obama wasn't in favour. Merkel wasn't in favour. Hollande wasn't. Nobody wanted to send arms down there. And I was told if we did that, we would provoke the Russians. To which I replied, the Russians were already there. It was far too late to consider that. But look, that was a mistake. And I think, people like John Kerry, who was involved, now recognise it probably was a mistake. That was the time, actually, to step up and to make clear to Putin that if he moved on from Crimea across the Donbass, then there would be repercussions. But Europe didn't do that, and we've simply got to do better next time. And that means, accelerating membership of the European Union for these weaker democracies on the edge of the European Union, getting them in, reviving their economies, investing in their infrastructure, and bringing them forward as fully fledged European nations.
Is entry to the European Union enough for Ukraine, Dr. Mereshko?
Yes, we're grateful for the support provided by the European Union. It's tremendously important, especially right now. But,
But is it enough without the US?
Well, of course, it would be much better if the United States would continue to provide us with weaponry. Yes, but right now Europe is ready to help us by financing buying weaponry from the United States. Sorry, by buying weaponry from the United States. I think it's a win-win situation for both Europe and the United States, because Europe understands that Ukraine is fighting for Europe. If we fail, Russia will reestablish its hegemony over Europe. And in the final analysis, the US will have to fight to send the boots on the ground, and the history will repeat itself. And the only guarantee against this is our fight. I don't know, I hear now and then these excuses that it's about escalation. To me, it's a myth about escalation. We already have full-fledged, full-scale escalation, or we don't have enough weaponry for you. We continue to fight for only one reason, because we know that if we stop fighting, we'll be finished. We'll be just exterminated. We'll stop to exist. We have no choice. It was not our choice. And we will continue to fight no matter what. We don't trust that Putin will agree to to spare us. We don't believe in this. And it's up to you, it's up to the Western world to decide whether you support us by providing help. We're not asking you to fight instead of us. We're not asking American troops to be on our ground, but you can do a lot. You can do a lot to help us to defeat Russia. It's very close. It's maybe even closer than you think. But you can do it, or you can just observe it, how we're fighting and bleeding. It's your choice.
Unfortunately,
Brandon?
I don't believe that the United States needs to be in a war with Russia, and I don't believe it's in my country's interests to view it the same way that the Ukrainians are viewing it. Yes, against Ukraine, the Russians have escalated. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It's not even a member of the EU. It is mind-boggling to most Americans, myself included, that we are somehow now going to have to risk actual escalation with a nuclear-armed power like Russia over Ukraine. It is not in our country's interest to do this. It's just not. I would recommend negotiate now and get a deal. Get a deal now. And in terms of, Ukraine joining the EU, that is certainly the prerogative of Kyiv. And if that's something that they believe will benefit their country, then good luck and God bless. But personally, I don't even think the EU is viable much longer. It's a spent economic force. I would be doing bilateral deals with Western countries rather than trying to get into the EU, which is just this gigantic bureaucratic mess. But that's just my personal opinion.
That could be a debate for another day. Brandon.
Of course it could. Yes,
we might pick up, and I can see Sir Michael.
We're ready to continue this debate.
Sorry?
We're ready to continue this debate as long as it takes.
And we will indeed. Now, we're almost out of time, so I want to move us on to our final segment when we look specifically at President Zelensky. This deal that's on the table asks more compromises of Ukraine than it does of Russia. And that puts President Zelensky in a very difficult position. How much of a compromise are the Ukrainian people willing to accept? And another complicating element for the president is the recent corruption scandal in Ukraine. His former business partner and 2 government ministers have been caught up in the bribery scheme. So, Dr. Marechko, President Trump appeared to again question the legitimacy of Zelensky's presidency, putting leadership, the word leadership in inverted commas, in a Truth Social post. How damaging has this scandal been for President Zelensky and his ability to negotiate on the global stage?
Well, first of all, any scandal, including corruption scandal, is damaging in itself. We understand this. But, you know, paradoxically, it's a proof that Ukraine is effective in fighting corruption. You know, you cannot imagine in, for example, authoritarian regimes in many countries when no one is above the law. In Ukraine, yes, we have truly independent anti-corruption, anti-graft agencies which bring to justice even ministers, members of parliament, and so on. And no one is above the law. So corruption scandals can happen, and they happen and will happen in democratic societies, unfortunately. But the key question is how you cope with these corruption scandals, how you fight corruption. And Ukraine gives example that we're effective in fighting corruption. And I hope that other countries will follow this example also. There is no cover-up, luckily. So, but of course, you know, our enemies will use this as an argument against Ukraine. But, you know, this corruption scandal is about kickbacks. It's worth emphasizing. It's not about stealing Western aid or American aid. It's not about it. Yeah, but we are determined to continue to fight against corruption for a very simple reason. It's in our best interests to do it.
Mm-hmm. So, Michael?
Well, look, you're right. There is corruption elsewhere, of course. And there's a lot of corruption in Ukraine. There always has been. But there is corruption in a lot of countries. There's corruption in neighbouring countries. We've got a French president in jail for corruption. There might even be corruption in the United States. I have no idea. Brandon will enlighten us.
There is significant corruption. Yeah.
But there is corruption there as well. It's how you deal with it. But let's come back to your question. All the pressure now clearly is going to be on President Zelensky. And he faces a pretty unenviable choice between coming to a ceasefire that involves some kind of surrender of territory, and he has to justify that to his people. But the alternative is to go on fighting a war that he simply can't win. Now, the problem, and Alexander was quite right, we have done a lot to help Ukraine not lose this war. Both Europe and the United States have poured in money, have poured in weapons, some of it too late, yes, but we've done only enough to stop Ukraine losing. What we've not been able to do is to assist Ukraine to win. Ukraine can't now win this war, can't get rid of all those Russian occupiers from the Donbass, and therefore President Zelensky, sadly, is going to have to come to some kind of compromise and then do the hardest thing of all, which is somehow to find a way of selling it to the Ukrainian people, in particular to the armed forces and those who've lost loved ones in the war itself. That's going to be pretty hard.
Dr. Marechko, can the president sell it to the people? Can he sell this deal? Would accepting it be political suicide for Zelensky?
Yes, our people are determined that so-called red lines should never be crossed. I will just remind these red lines. They are in our constitution and in principles of international law. First of all, territorial integrity. Second, sovereignty. Third, our security guarantees. And actually talking about peace plans, I think we should return to a quite reasonable peace plan put forward by President Trump himself. I'm talking about his idea about unconditional ceasefire and after that starting negotiations. I think that's under the circumstances, that's the only reasonable plan. And we should return to this plan and to stick to it.
Brandon, do you think the timing of this peace proposal is a bit conspicuous? Is it that Russia is taking advantage of this corruption scandal, this potential to weaken Zelensky's position, and using that for their advantage to curry favour with the US?
Well, they might be, but ultimately the fact of the matter is that the United States has a president who wants to do a deal. And they've been working on this pretty much since Trump got into office. So, I mean, the timing probably is, yes, being exploited by Moscow. But look, at the end of the day, the Russians really don't have to negotiate if they don't want to. So the fact of the matter is that we need to start coming to the table now, because I do think the reality on the ground is such that the Russians will start running the tables very soon if we don't get a deal. And I think the real reason that Putin is even coming to the table is because he wants to do business deals with the Americans to develop the rare earth minerals, for instance, in Russia. So this is sort of an olive branch. But ultimately, the Russians have the dominant position on the ground as of now, and that is not likely to change. And I would just like to push back. I'd just like to push back on the idea that the United States in particular wasn't giving enough aid over the years to the Ukrainians. I disagree, and I would remind everybody, notably, that the first Trump administration gave a lot of aid to the Ukrainians, and it's not enough, because you're going up against a juggernaut next door in Russia, and they're going to keep doubling down, and they've got the population base, and their economy is not as bad as everybody in the West is saying. They have been able to make that economy self-sufficient because of the rare earth mineral, natural gas, and oil resources there. They've been able to leverage that and build a war machine, and we're not. We haven't yet, and I doubt we will be able to soon build a war machine that can do what's going on in Ukraine.
So, Michael, do you think the corruption scandal that domestically has taken hold in Ukraine is weakening Zelensky's position, weakening his ability to be able to strongly negotiate a better deal for Ukraine?
Yes, probably, because obviously he's looking to his own future. He's looking to the difficulty of selling any agreement to the Ukrainian people. So it's obviously making it much tougher for him. But I don't think that gets you away from the fundamentals. Nobody else has a better plan than this. That there's got to be some kind of ceasefire agreement.
We are out of time, and we actually lost Dr. Merezhko just before we were about to wrap up. So I do apologise to him and to our audience for that connection issue. Obviously, electricity, internet, very temperamental in Ukraine, but we really do appreciate Dr. Alexander Merezhko's time here on the panel, Ukrainian MP who heads the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament, and to our two remaining guests. Thank you both for being with us here on Counterpoints. What a fascinating debate and a really interesting time for geopolitics. Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor at the National Interest, and Sir Michael Fallon, former British Secretary of State for Defence between 2014 and 2017. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest interviews and debates, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amalia Rodriguez, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. it's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. 2 National Guard soldiers remain in a critical condition after what President Trump's described as a monstrous ambush-style attack, allegedly by an Afghan national near the White House last night. 3 men have been arrested over a fire that engulfed a Hong Kong apartment complex, killing at least 83 people. And Pope Leo XIV kicks off his first foreign trip of his papacy in Turkey. Now, 2 National Guard soldiers remain in a critical condition after a shooting that took place near the White House last night. An Afghan man has been detained by police and is in hospital. The incident has prompted the US to suspend immigration requests from Afghanistan. The president has called the attack an act of terror and has promised to remove foreigners from any country who do not belong in the US. Take a listen.
My great fellow Americans, earlier today, on the eve of the Thanksgiving holiday, 2 members of the National Guard serving in Washington, D.C., were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that, based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Gemma and Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for being here this evening with me. Dr. Ellie, just a bit of an update on that story. So we did hear from the CIA director a little bit early on today, and they said the Afghan suspect in the shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers in Washington, D.C., previously worked with the CIA in Afghanistan, and the 2 victims have also been named. They were Sarah Beckstorm, she was 20 years old, and Andrew Wolf, who was 24 years old. So more details about the victims coming out throughout the day. But the big question is, what does the US suspension of Afghan immigration requests signal about the balance between security concerns in the US and humanitarian commitments?
First of all, it is heartbreaking to know how young they were and how they were shot, and all of the incidents is just painful in that sense. But going back to the broader discussion of security concerns versus humanitarian concerns, always security concerns will win. And it's, I guess, everywhere, in every country, in every society, when you touch upon the fear, upon the security, people will jump onto that as the most priority, as the most basic priority, and they would forget any, between brackets, values, humanitarian issues, and so on. More so in the US, and more so under Trump. We have to remember that part of Trump's promises of the campaign was all against, all these migrants who are taking away our society and all of this in that sense. Although the motivation of the shooter are still not clear, we don't know. We're calling it a terrorist attack, but we don't know what were the motivations. We don't know the background, etc. And the fact that they came in under Operation Allies Welcome means that they were working with the US in some capacity. Now, you just told us it was part of the CIA operations. So I guess what I want to say is that security concerns can be considered as legitimate concerns in every society, and it's fine, in my opinion, to regulate migrations in the most suitable way. It's fine to vet people before you allow them into your country. It's fine to stop illegal migration. All of these themes I could hear. I could, maybe sympathize with in a certain way, in a certain context. The problem is that it never stops there. And it goes all the way to xenophobia, to putting everything that is wrong in our country on a specific scapegoat, which is the weakest link usually, which are the people who are traveling from one place to the other to find a better opportunity for their life, for their families, and so on. So I guess Trump will play that in politics, will spin it. It's the eve of Thanksgiving. He's shooting at Biden. He's shooting at the issue of security. He's using this in his political campaign. But then again, on the other side, we have the National Guard in Washington. Did that make the city safer? Is it counterproductive for him to say, to use this shooting, part of his, political rhetoric, since his rhetoric is, if we spread the National Guard, then cities will be safer.
And it's quite interesting because the rate of crime in Washington, D.C. has gone down since the National Guard has been deployed throughout Washington, D.C., hugely controversial in the areas of the U.S. where we've seen this deployment of the National Guard. And Donald Trump is almost using it, or will almost use it as a political tool, many people are saying, because a federal judge actually last week ruled that the deployment was illegal, and the Trump administration actually appealed that decision, and that was last night following the shooting that we did see in Washington, D.C.
But again, you're putting this National Guard and, for example, the member of ICE, as we are seeing, as enemies of many people, and as, not having very big welcome in specific communities, at least, if not to all. So are we adding the divide, or are we actually making the cities safer? This is the whole thing.
And I think that's a big question. And Gemma, Trump wants to re-examine, like Dr. Ellie said, re-vet, re-examine Afghans who arrived under the Biden administration. But I think the big question is, how realistic is this? And what message does it send to our allies who've helped us in wars and throughout conflicts across the world?
It's not realistic. So there are, according to the State Department, over 190,000 Afghans who resettled in the US under Operation Allies Welcome and Enduring Welcome. And in addition to that, there's another 260,000 Afghans who are awaiting processing under these processes as well. And they're in sort of third countries as well. They're kind of kept in limbo. So you've got lots in Pakistan and lots in Qatar. So all of that's been put on hold as well. So they have just kind of been left, irrespective of how far along the line their visas and their requests were. So that would be quite daunting for them if they've travelled to other countries and now they're left just hanging because of the supposed actions of this person. Now, Trump has been upping his rhetoric around immigration, as we've seen, and he was talking about Somali immigrants in Minnesota. He said they were, quote, ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. So this is in addition to this kind of what he's talking about in general anyway. Now, there will be questions about the vetting of Afghan immigrants coming over. And as you said, you know, there's sort of nothing wrong with expanding upon perhaps these processes. But there also, you know, there's got to be scrutiny as well on where the money is coming. You know, immigration is such a huge process. And critics have said that the Trump administration has been taking money from those departments and putting them into national security instead. So there are going to be questions coming up about that. There's also the vulnerability of the National Guard. 2 young people have been, you know, shot. It's terrible to hear. But the mission in Washington has been quite ill-defined. There's nothing really concrete. We're going to go in and make these cities safer. Depends on your definition of what that looks like. You know, you've said crime rate has gone down, but was that petty crime? You know, was that violent crime? You know, the statistics, you kind of want to dig into those more. Now, what it sends the message to future allies is the US might not have your back. You know, if they come into your country or they have engagements in your country and you help them, you might just be left high and dry at the end of it. If they can just turn off the tap on these, you know, on their Operation Allies Welcome and Enduring Welcome at any time. So will it stop people from helping them in the future? I think that's looking quite likely.
It's going to be an interesting moment to see how this unfolds, especially when it comes to the National Guard being deployed further in the US. But we must also think of the 2 victims, very young, 20 and 24 years old, shot at point-blank range, carrying out the job that they were sent to do in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And 3 construction executives have been arrested over a fire that engulfed a Hong Kong apartment complex, killing at least 83 people. Police are charging the men with manslaughter. Allegedly, their construction company was responsible for triggering the blaze in the city's Tai Po district. Gemma, the pictures and the scenes coming out of Hong Kong are absolutely devastating. And I think the big question now is, how could a fire get this big so quickly in a high-rise complex? What just went so wrong?
Yeah, and what it was a complex of 8 high-rises, and the fire spread across 7 of them really rapidly. There's only 1 remaining now. Now, the complex was under renovation, and in Hong Kong and across China, they use traditionally bamboo scaffolding, which is super strong. Obviously, they've got access to a lot of it, and it withstands their weather, it withstands their typhoons, but it's also highly flammable. And this was up all of the buildings. Now, there was also polystyrene boards in the windows because renovations were going on. There was plastic nettings. There was different types of construction material, which have all been found, officials have been saying, they failed to meet safety standards. So
people were simply stuck inside.
People were just stuck inside. I think we talked about earlier about watching Grenfell in London, when that going up and seeing how harrowing it is because these people cannot get down. And the residential blocks were home to a lot of elderly people. So it's throwing up a lot of questions now. Some people are saying the fire alarms didn't work. Other people, elderly people, couldn't get down the stairs fast enough. And there's also questions being asked about why the other apartment blocks were not evacuated quickly.
And I think these are all legitimate questions because, like you said, it's all just the spread of the fire between the apartment blocks was so rapid. We could almost see it happening right as we were watching. It was absolutely frightening. And you know, we talk about the construction and you saying that they used highly flammable materials. You can see it there. There was scaffolding, there was netting, there were polystyrene boarding in the windows. But do the arrests of these executives, Dr. Ellie, point to a bigger safety problem in Hong Kong and with the buildings there? Because these were old buildings built in 1980 and were going under renovation.
I believe so. I believe so. I think not only in Hong Kong, but also in a broader sense in China. And I think since China is now back, Hong Kong is now back under Chinese autonomy and they're following Chinese laws, I cannot stop myself but thinking about China as a country that does not uphold the best international standards in practical stuff, in industry, in construction, in infrastructure, and so on. I do have a general idea or a general perception, I think, that they are more interested in making things fast and making things big and making things shiny rather than making things really durable or safe or have the human life as a priority. And I'm afraid this has spread to Hong Kong, which used to be one of the best and most advanced and developed cities in the East. Now, I don't want to be completely, I don't have the exact knowledge of saying how much is so, but we know that last week we saw also a bridge collapse that was hailed as the longest, tallest bridge in the world, and then a week after that we saw it collapse. So again, there's many signals that go in that direction. And one final thought is that this has led to pushing of the elections, as it seems. So I'm wondering if this has anything to do with that, since these traditional scaffolding have been used regularly, since yet we don't know what was the trigger. We know how it happened, we know how the people died, but we don't know what's the trigger. So I don't know if there's any political connection to all of this. Hopefully not. It would be devastating. But still, with all of this, I really have doubts about what are the best standards that have been followed in that project.
And it's really interesting because next month, December, literally a few days away, the Hong Kong is holding legislative elections. And there's been lots of campaigning in the country, lots of influence from China, which has been the way since, you know, we have seen uprisings in Hong Kong, and now those legislative elections are to be pushed back. We don't know when to be pushed back to, but I know that basically all campaigning has stopped in light of this. But just a little bit more on the human angle, Gemma. I went to Grenfell. I actually covered that story as a reporter. It was deeply distressing. Not for me, it was, yes, but it was for the people who didn't have a home to go to. It's for the people who were trapped in those buildings. It was just harrowing scenes. You know, imagine what's to come next. You know, the help these people may need, where they may live. It just seems to be a really scary prospect.
Yeah, so money has been allocated per person. I think it's $1,200 as an emergency fund as well. They're all being given emergency accommodation, one would assume, in things like school halls and gymnasiums and places like that. They've been promised, there's $1 billion, I think that it's in its billions, a package has already been put together to benefit these people. Now, what that means in real terms, you know, does everyone get a house? Do they all get to move into somewhere? How far does $1,200 take you these days, you know, when you've lost absolutely everything that you own? So that's the humanitarian angle. You know, we're seeing these smouldering buildings. People have lost absolutely everything. And as we've said, they were elderly residents. And moving as an elderly person is it takes a lot more out of you than moving as a younger person. So this is something that's going to be, you know, resounding, reverberating through the city for quite a long time. And as well, anyone else in a high-rise, you're watching this and you'll have fears about the safety of your own property as well. So, yeah, this is going to be felt for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying. Dr. Ellie and Gemma, thank you so much for your thoughts on that inferno that engulfed the blocks of flats in Hong Kong. Let's move on now. And Pope Leo XIV is in Turkey today as he kicks off his first foreign trip of his papacy. The pontiff is marking a historic Christian anniversary and will spend 6 days in Turkey before travelling to Lebanon. That's not true. He'll be in Turkey for 3 days and in Lebanon for 3 days. I'll just clarify that. Just days after Israeli airstrikes did hit the country's capital, Beirut. So we know that he's 6 days all in all for his first foreign trip. So we know he's in Turkey at the moment. Dr. Ellie, what do you make of the Pope choosing Turkey and Lebanon for his first foreign trip? Why these countries and why now?
First of all, I love it. I'm liking everything that this Pope is doing. So far, he's sending all the right messages in the right direction. And indeed, I think the choice of these two countries to start his first foreign trip is indeed sending a very nice message, maybe a triple message in a triple sense. First of all, Turkey, a huge Muslim country that has been kept out of Europe, most probably because it is a Muslim country. He's visiting that country. He's visiting the Blue Mosque, as his two predecessors did. He's sending a message of, in extended hands towards the Muslim community, the Middle East in a broader sense, as will do the same in Lebanon with a meeting with Muslim leadership, religious and political. The second message, I think, is a message of the city he is visiting, which is Iznig. For Christians, it might not mean much, but they would know the word Nicene and the Nicene Creed, where the first concept of the understanding of the Christian faith have been developed, 1,700 years old. We have to keep reminding ourselves how big is this tradition and how historical it is. And then here, I think the Nicene Creed is one of the few things that all the Christians agree on, all denominations, Catholics, Orthodox, Eastern, Western. So there's a big message of ecumenism in that sense, tending his arm to all the Christians, trying to move a step in that direction. And the third message, which is very clear in his visit to Lebanon and his slogan of that trip, which is, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And there's a strong message in Lebanon that has just been bombed, as you said, a message of peace, a message of course, coexistence between Christians and Muslims. But then again, in the proper deep sense of the Christian faith, you cannot be Christian and be against peace. You have to push for peace. You have to be continuously working for peace, and peace cannot be done except on the values of justice and human dignity in the broader sense. So I'm loving all of it. I wish I could have been there. It's a very significant trip, and it's sending all the right messages in all the different directions.
Dr. Ellie, I'm sure the Pope would have loved you to have been there too, not just you to have been there. But Gemma, I often think, we see these big visits by the Pope. Do you think his visit is historic? And do you think that it's good to bring other faith leaders together? Or is it just mostly a symbolic gesture? Can anything actually massively change in the Middle East after his visit?
I think anything that brings together different people from different cultures, religions, backgrounds is always a good thing.
Yeah.
And irrespective of whether it is just a symbolic gesture, it's got people talking about, the tenets that you talked about, unity and faith and love and forgiveness and working together. So, and it doesn't mean, if something is just a symbolic, that it doesn't have its merits. So papal visits can be apolitical, but we've seen Pope Leo time and time again use his platform to talk about issues that are close to his heart. He has talked about immigration, he has talked about poverty, and he's talked about human rights, and he's shone a light on those. So he is there to promote the message of unity, peace, reconciliation across different faiths and backgrounds. And I do think that papal visits are, irrespective of your religion, they are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. These are large-scale events where hundreds of thousands of people are flocking to see Pope Leo. And it brings people together, irrespective of your faith. You know, with all you're in big crowds, you're talking to the people around you. Why are you here? You know, how far have you come? So it brings people together in that kind of way. Now, the symbolism is great, but as well, it's nicer if it translates into actual concrete action. Turning that goodwill into actual things. So that's to be seen. Obviously, the visit is ongoing and we'll see what comes of it. But I do think the powerful message of where he is visiting is almost the concrete action in itself.
Dr. Ellie, and let's talk a little bit about what the Pontiff has been saying. Did you want to say
Yeah, I wanted to disagree with Gemma.
Disagree with Gemma.
Very rare, but it happens. I don't think we should expect any political, practical steps in that sense. It's definitely bringing the people. I love it how you said it. We've seen it in Lebanon regularly with the different visits of different popes. The Muslims in Lebanon enjoy that visit. They participate in it. They engage in it. It's a beautiful bringing together of all the different people who live there. But I think it is the impact we're expecting from that is more on the spiritual level rather than on the political. Those who expect a direct political impact might be disappointed. History has shown that as such, and regular visits have shown as such. They do have a political influence, a moral influence, I would say, rather than a direct political.
It's quite interesting because really this will be the first big geopolitical test for Pope Leo, you know, on his first foreign trip to Turkey and to Lebanon.
Yep.
And both countries are facing their own trials and tribulations at the moment, especially Lebanon, and we see constant attacks from Israel. Things have been difficult in Lebanon for many people.
Definitely.
And maybe this is also just a sign of hope for those people. And I do know, you remember Madonna was calling for him to go to Gaza, to see people there, to give them hope. Once again, it's that feeling when the head of the Catholic Church goes to lift up communities and give a signal that being religious is about being peaceful and loving your neighbour.
I do indeed. I have witnessed it firsthand, the visit of John Paul II after the end of the Civil War, after a lot of problems, after a lot of exclusion of the Christian community in the country in the early 90s. It did instigate a strong feeling of hope and aspiration, and it re-engaged the people into the political process, the social process, the interreligious process in that sense. But again, we have to be careful not to hope for something, again, practical and material. I am sure it will create some kind of a faith revival, a spiritual revival among the Christians, especially the youth that have been finding the country completely unlivable in a sense, completely unable to fulfill their aspirations. Hopefully with the new setup that is happening in Lebanon since the beginning of the year, the new government, the new president, hopefully this visit will also push things to be more hopeful towards a better future in the country. We definitely need it, and the youth of the country definitely need it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And a new report from the United Nations has named Jakarta in Indonesia as the world's most populated megacity. It's taken the title from Tokyo and is predicted to keep the top spot until 2050. The report also highlights that megacities, which are places with a population of 10 million or more, have quadrupled over the last 50 years. Jakarta, now, bigger than Tokyo. And it seems to be crazy because I feel like Tokyo held that top spot since 2000.
For quite a long time,
I feel like Tokyo's been the biggest city forever, and now all of a sudden it's not. What is it like seeing cities grow this fast? And also, what does it mean for the people who are living there?
So we've seen this growth in cities in Asia, especially. They are becoming where young people are gravitating, urbanisation is speeding up, and obviously urbanisation in Asia lags behind, you know, that of like Europe and America. So that's why we're seeing this growth so quickly now. And obviously, you know, on social media and the news, we're learning more about it. So the cities, obviously, traditionally, they offer more prospects, especially for the youth, as I mentioned, education, healthcare, social mobility. Now, Jakarta taking this top spot is going to put stress on public services. It's going to put stress on infrastructure, environment, healthcare, education. It's growing so fast that public services can't keep up with it. Now, Jakarta has its own set of unique circumstances. There's very heavy traffic congestion, waste management, sanitation, pollution, air quality, and also with flooding. We are seeing the effects of climate change affecting Jakarta. And when you've got more people living there and you've got the flooding happen, the danger of a humanitarian crisis is growing, obviously.
And that's so interesting because they also say Dakar, which is now the second growing city, and it could eventually overtake Jakarta, but in 2050. What's so interesting about that is they're saying that one of the big problems with Bangladesh's Dakar is the fact that people are now moving out of the rural areas because of flooding, because of climate change, and we're seeing this big climate migration happening into these cities, and these cities are filling up with people so quickly that nothing can keep up with how many people are going there. Dr. Ellie, you have something interesting to tell us about Jakarta.
Well, yeah, indeed, all what Gemma has described has been the reality of Jakarta for so many years, to the extent that the actual Indonesian government have decided to build a new capital. And they have started this project a few years ago, I think less than 10 years ago, and it was expected to finish around this time. Unfortunately, this project has been delayed for lack of funds, due to COVID, and so many different reasons. So they decided to move to a completely different island in the eastern side of the Indonesian archipelago, and then build a completely new city called Nusantara. And it's going to be the new capital, completely new infrastructure. All the government agencies, I think, have almost completely moved there already. But it says a lot of how much Jakarta has been suffering from all these problems, how much it has become unlivable, how much the government can no longer connect to the people there, and they needed to create a whole new entity. But then again, the idea of, as we were discussing, the idea of creating a capital out of nowhere is not a new thing.
Gemma and I did not know
No, we were quite mind-blown about this.
We learned so much before we came into here from Dr. Ellie. It was a real history lesson.
Like, oh, that city is a bit crowded now, let's kind of build another one.
Or for political reasons, since they couldn't agree what should be the capital. We've seen that in Washington, D.C., we've seen that in Brasilia, in Canberra in Australia, in different places around the world, and now we're seeing it in Egypt, in Cairo, where a whole new city has been built due to, again, a new infrastructure, new setup, more modern, more upscale, and probably leaving the poor people back in the old city somehow to suffer for their fate, I guess.
And what would stop everyone from moving from Jakarta to the new city?
Because it's in a completely different island, and it's not easy actually and it will be probably more expensive than what people can afford in Jakarta. So again, putting all of this in context, I think it is a sign of development, yes, but then that unhealthy movement that we see traditionally from rural areas to cities will definitely create more problems than solutions. And if any government, any country does not take its normal process, its lengthy process of development and of growth, it will definitely be facing such problems.
But I also wonder what it means for economies, especially in that area, because we actually said there that 9 of the top 10 megacities are now in Asia. And really, if we think about that, it's overtaken Europe, and we've got to think about production, we've got to think about industry, all of that kind of thing. Surely, if they manage this well to some degree, these countries could become so successful because they could all work together. If we think of how integral...
that's a big if.
It is a big if, but you know, I'm putting
to become more powerhouses on the world stage.
But you see how you've spoken about Tokyo, that we feel that it's been the biggest forever.
Forever.
So we haven't perceived that as a problem because Japan was a growing power after World War II.
Yes.
It was very westernized, although it is very traditional in a way. And it was going along together with the strong economic development. It's not the case of every Indian city that carries more than 20 million people. It's not the case for Southeast Asian cities. It's not the case for Chinese cities who carry millions and millions of people. It could be a very good sign, a very good power of human resources, a very big push to the national GDP, to consumption, to production, if it is under control and if it is managed properly, which is a big if. And then, of course, these countries cooperating together, this is an even bigger question mark, because we know that there's a huge competition among these countries, economic, but also political and military.
Of course, yeah, very interesting conversation. Thank you so much. In my head, Tokyo will always be the biggest. I don't know why. But let's move on now. And it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Gemma have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. I mean, Dr. Ellie, I don't know. There's so much wrong about the story.
There's a fine line between quirky and disturbing, I think, with this story.
I don't know if we can say this is quirky or just mildly wrong.
It's just like a movie.
I know.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Your story is about a real life, maybe evil, Mrs. Doubtfire, which I still think is one of the best films ever. Tell us about this evil Mr. Doubtfire from Italy, apparently.
Well, let's start by those who are our age or a bit younger would remember Mrs. Doubtfire from 1993, Robin Williams dressing up like a lady, and then being part of a whole series of events. What we have seen in Italy this last week is a person who is aged 50 years old, who was living with his mother, who was herself 82 years old. She unfortunately died. Look at the pictures. She unfortunately died, but he decided to conceal the death and conceal the body and continue to check in her retirement checks. And he managed to make more than $61,000 per year by dressing up like his mom, pretending he is his mom, and going into the government agency to take his checks on a regular basis, until somebody realized that he has too much of a thick neck, and that gave him out.
Rumbled
I don't know about the resemblance, but
there's times I think they are quite
perfect Mrs. Doubtfire with the skirt, with the hair, with the
earrings,
cane and the earrings.
And
it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
The only thing is, what I said a little bit earlier is, isn't it illegal to disguise a dead body?
Everything that he's doing is illegal.
That's just on the list of everything illegal that's happening here. Yeah, and he put her in a sleeping bag in the laundry room.
Oh, my goodness.
And when they found her, she was mummified. But, he even went and got an ID from the government office, didn't he, as well?
Of course, you have to complete the scam in a perfect
you
way.
can't. You have to complete it. Absolutely fascinating what
Poor
people
Mrs.
do.
Dell'Olio. I will stop trying to pronounce that.
By the time found... Yeah.
It's got shades of Psycho as well. Obviously, in the film, his mum was, sat in the chair and he lived with her. So,
We've seen this in movies.
Yes,
absolutely.
We've seen this in TV series.
Yes.
But we didn't think it could happen. Probably he was inspired by some of the series that...
Can't wait for the Netflix adaptation.
Yes,
that's
or maybe
sure to
he
come.
was driven by money. Maybe he didn't want to work.
61,000 a year.
Is it worth it? That's the question.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to find out. Anyway, oh my gosh, there we are, real life Mrs. Doubtfire. And Gemma, yours is fascinating because yours is all about artificial intelligence explaining what the ideal body should be or look like.
Yeah, so this is scientists from the University of Toronto. They asked 3 different artificial intelligence bots to create images of the ideal man and the ideal woman. Surprise, surprise, there are no surprises here. I don't think anyone's going to be particularly shocked that, according to AI, male and female are young, white, thin or very athletically fit and very attractive. So, for women, and I'm going to tick off how many you tick here, Leigh Ann, they are facially attractive. They are young, blonde.
Check.
Yes. Low body fat.
Check.
No cellulite. We won't delve into that. And this was my favourite part of it. Wearing a bikini. Evidently, the ideal woman is also walking around wearing a bikini.
Like doing the housework in a bikini?
Quite possibly, just wearing
shopping in
going to work in a bikini. Yes.
I mean, that doesn't...
This could be attractive. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
it depends on what you're looking for in a woman.
It does.
It's not very practical.
It's not practical at all, no.
I would like
Wait, let's see the men.
Proof that AI... For men, OK, white, young, black hair.
Oh, dark hair, yeah.
Never bald, which is why we have our image of the bald chap
Yes.
there. Never bald. Low body fat,
Yes.
muscular, and again, my favourite part, shirtless.
Yeah, that's about right.
The men are wandering around shirtless.
Unfortunately, I don't tick any box of these.
You do!
Young?
Yes.
Well, that's debatable.
Take your shirt off right now and we would take that box.
Let me tell you one funny story about white. In South Africa, the Lebanese immigrants had to sue the government to consider them white because they always considered them as not so white.
Yes.
So you will not take all the privileges of white people. So I actually sue the government and went all the way to the Supreme Court to get a decision that they are white people.
Oh, my
Here
goodness.
You go. So I guess I'm white.
You're white, Dr. Ellie.
Yeah,
You're white.
so that is another box.
You've got your own hair. You've got your own teeth.
Yeah, we could just dye.
Yeah.
Get a bit of Just for Men in there, some black hair.
We will not talk about body fat and so on. Let's move on to something else.
But I just find it fascinating because really, I feel like we've moved on so much in a lot of ways when it comes to body image and people speaking about how they feel. And, you know, the world's gone a bit mad when it comes to all that kind of stuff and accepting different weight sizes. But really, fundamentally, it still comes down to the same, right?
Yeah.
Low body fat,
white,
topless men,
young thin,
white.
The lack of diversity is troubling for sure, yes.
Yeah. But I must admit, like, I think low body fat, muscular and topless, that's all ideal. Yeah, I would like to see more men like that in the supermarket.
But then is this a result of us feeding the AI our own stereotypes?
AI obviously draws from everything that's out there, you know, the internet at large. So one can only assume that this is what's constantly being perpetuated online, as you say, despite all the strides we feel we've made with regards to diversity, with regards to recognising beauty in so many different cultures and nationalities and colours. So, yeah, it wasn't a surprise, but...
I know, it just makes me feel a little bit sad because I did think we had sort of moved on from that. But clearly, people still have their preferences. And it's a lot for a woman to live up to. I'm not sure, no cellulite or fat rolls or wearing a bikini. You know, it's very difficult to achieve that. It's constant gym workouts.
It would be.
The hope for the best, you know. Good moisturiser. Anyway, thanks to our guests. And... that is the chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Leigh Ann. That was in capital letters. And correspondent and columnist Gemma White. That's thank you very much. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving too.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, we'll get all the latest on the progress on the diplomatic effort to broker a deal and end the war in Ukraine. We'll be asking, what will Russia have to say about the modified version of the original 28-point plan? Plus, we take an in-depth look at the Pope's first foreign trip of his papacy. We ask, why did he choose Turkey and Lebanon for this first trip? And what message will he bring with him? Hello and welcome to the programme. We continue our special coverage of the war in Ukraine. Now, a US peace proposal may finally bring an end to the nearly 4-year-long conflict. Let's get a check of the latest. The US President Donald Trump is sending Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to Moscow next week. Well, Ukraine was initially concerned that President Trump's peace proposal favoured Russia and would require Kyiv to make too many concessions. But Ukraine's allies now say they welcome the newly modified plan, which President Trump says meets Ukraine's demands. Meanwhile, Ukraine's European allies are moving quickly to join the talks and offer support. The French President Emmanuel Macron says that French, British and Turkish troops could be deployed to Ukraine immediately after a peace deal is reached. This force, which would serve as a reassurance force, positioned in areas such as Kyiv or Odessa on the day peace is signed, would provide security and training. Now, turning our attention to another news story, Pope Leo arrived in Turkey earlier on today, marking his first trip outside Italy since beginning his papacy. Well, the Chicago-born pontiff, elected in May, is on a 6-day mission of peace and unity in the region. After Turkey, he's going to travel to Lebanon just days after Israeli airstrikes hit the capital, Beirut. Well, I'm joined now by Sir Liam Fox, who is the former UK International Trade Secretary, who also served as the British Defence Secretary. Sir Liam, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us here on Arabiya English. Back in April of this year, you penned a piece in The Telegraph in which you said that President Putin is a liar and a murderer. It is impossible to accommodate him. So what's your view of President Trump's efforts to broker a peace deal with him?
Well, my comments were in general terms with Putin. Putin will not be satisfied with what he's got at any one time. He's the worst combination between KGB ideology and Russian imperial expansionism. When it comes to Ukraine, we have to accept that there was a failure of Western deterrence that emboldened, if not encouraged, Putin to seek, first of all, Crimea and then part of Ukraine itself. We have to draw a line now. We have to say that this far and no more. I think probably with realpolitik, you have to accept that Russia is not going to budge from some of the territory it has. So you need to look ahead and see what gives Ukraine the greatest guarantee of sovereignty and safety going forward.
I mean, if you had any say in the matter, would any of Russia's so-called red lines, i.e. dictating the size of Ukraine's future army, saying that elections must be held within 100 days, saying that NATO membership must never happen, I mean, would you accept any of them?
Well, there have to be compromises, obviously, in reality. Would I accept any of them in principle in a perfect world? No, not for a second. But there are things that realistically you have to look at. Russia's not going to give up the control of the areas that it has, but why should it be rewarded with any territory that it doesn't hold militarily? When it comes to NATO, you can't give a binding commitment to all future governments who make up NATO about what NATO policy will be. These are sovereign, independent countries that will come to their own views. And the other thing you have to take into account is what value you place on Putin's word. It was Russia were signed up to the Budapest Memorandum that rewarded Ukraine for giving up its nuclear weapons with guarantees of non-aggression, including from Russia. So you have to make sure, as Ronald Reagan would have said, trust but verify. If you come to an agreement, how will we ensure that it can be enforced with Putin, who has shown in the past that his views can't be trusted?
Yeah, it sounds like you're of the view that perhaps if this deal does work, it might not bring about a lasting peace, and that President Putin might go along with it, regroup militarily and re-invade perhaps when there's a different occupant of the White House. I mean, do you think that's a likely scenario?
Well, that's why we have to give Ukraine meaningful guarantees of security. The Budapest Memorandum didn't have the force of an international treaty. In fact, at the time, rather to their discredit, the Western allies didn't want a treaty that would have, for example, the force of Article 5 of NATO. And so they gave an agreement to Ukraine that Ukraine should stick by their word. Clearly, the Ukrainians are not going to make that mistake twice, and they're now going to look to get much stronger security guarantees in the future because, as you correctly say, I wouldn't trust Vladimir Putin in any way, shape or form. So we need to ensure that if Ukraine is going to have a ceasefire, if Ukraine is going to just put aside the fact that men, women and children have been killed in the most cowardly attacks by Russia, if Ukraine is going to do that, they need to know that this will not happen to them again.
Just listening to what the Russian Deputy Foreign Minister, Sergei Ryabakov, said in Moscow yesterday. He said, there can be no question of any concessions or any surrender to any of our approaches on these key points. I mean, given that level of intransigence on the Russian part, and given that Ukraine and its allies, the coalition of the willing, have their red lines as well, I mean, do you think this deal stands a chance?
Well, the Russians would say this, wouldn't they, at this point in a negotiation? But all the way through, Russia has been utterly uncompromising. They're not looking for agreement, they're looking for capitulation. And that cannot happen because it sets a precedent that would leave any of Russia's neighbours totally vulnerable to future military attack. So we can see when the rhetoric is left aside what is actually being agreed behind the scenes. And I think the other thing that we need to remember in all of this is that peace is not simply the absence of conflict. Peace is also the absence of the fear of conflict. It's the absence of the fear of being bullied and coerced by a larger power, i.e. Russia. And we need to remember also that we've got a lot of cards in our hand, not least economic cards. And irrespective of what happens in Ukraine, we need to ensure that we're not funding Russia's war machine in the future, and that we can't allow the whole of the free world to be held to ransom by a country with a smaller economy than Italy.
Sure, I mean, the collective West does hold some economic cards, as you say, but why is it that after 3.5 years or so of sanctions, they don't seem to have had the desired effect of, forcing Russia to the negotiating table and forcing Russia to perhaps rethink some of these red lines that we've been talking about? Because it sounds as though Russia would be quite happy to just carry on fighting. That means the sanctions aren't working, doesn't it?
When you say Russia, you mean Vladimir Putin. Putin doesn't have to worry about an electorate. He doesn't have to worry about a free press. And what they think of him, he can press on regardless. And the way that they've simply been willing to throw young men into the mincer of the war shows exactly the views that they have. But the sanctions are having an effect on the Russian economy. They've got an inflation rate of 11% and a base rate of over 20. That's unsustainable. They clearly have capital problems inside the country. They've got labour problems inside the country. They've got problems with technological supplies coming into the country. There are a lot of levers we still have, and we should be ensuring that the Putin war machine in the future is degraded, that he can't fund this sort of bloody expedition again. And we need to be encouraging our allies to get, first of all, a flow of capital out of Russia, which would exacerbate their banking crisis. And secondly, to ensure that we use the funds that are frozen to help the Ukrainians rebuild their country. The chance of Vladimir Putin ever producing any reparations is, in my view, nil. Therefore, we have to use the money that we have from frozen Russian assets to help rebuild the lives and the infrastructure of the people of Ukraine, who we've seen targeted mercilessly in a fairly appalling and cowardly way. If Russia has a dispute about the borders of Ukraine, to what end do you justify killing old people in the flats where they live or children in their playgrounds? It is a completely morally bankrupt campaign by the Russians, and we need to just have a little bit of moral courage when we're talking about it.
So it sounds as though you're in favour of perhaps tightening the screws a little bit more on Russia and saying that this can be done. Were that to be done, wouldn't it be better to then start the negotiation process perhaps a little bit later on, when Russia really is feeling quite serious economic pain?
Well, I think that Russia coming to the table at all is indicative of the fact that they are feeling the effects of some of this. Of course, we'll expect them to have a sense of bravado when it comes to the negotiations. Putin likes to see himself as this great strong man. But we simply have to make very clear that if there is to be an agreement, if there is to be a compromise, it is not a surrender. It's not a capitulation. Because we know from bullies throughout history, if you appease them, they'll just do it again.
What did you make of the reports that President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff had given a bit of coaching to one of President Putin's aides to help him to sell the deal back to President Trump again? Did that sound to you? I mean, the White House said that was standard negotiating procedure. What did it sound like to you?
Well, it's impossible to know what was said and how it's contextualized. And I think that there's a bit too much attention given to that. I think we still need to get down to the big picture, which is, what does President Zelensky think? What do the Ukrainian people think? And what do the Western allies, who are still confronted with Putin's aggression in Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, in the high north, in the Baltic, in the Caucasus, in the Balkans? These people are all looking to see what lead the free world can give in guaranteeing their future security. There's a lot more at stake than just Ukraine here.
In your opinion, is no deal better than a bad deal?
No deal will simply lead to a continuation of the conflict with greater costs in human life and misery, as well as the financial costs of this. But would a capitulation to everything that Vladimir Putin wants be successful? Would it be acceptable? Absolutely not, because it simply would reinforce his view that we are militarily and morally weak, and he can press his aggressive intent against other countries. So we've got the lessons of history to look at here and recognize that we have to have a credible end to this, which gives Ukraine security and which gives those other countries that I mentioned a very clear indication that we would regard their security as paramount.
And just to wrap up this conversation, Salim, I mean, what's your hunch, looking at all the facts, everything we know, all the reports that we're hearing, how far off are we from a meeting between Presidents Putin and Zelensky, some sort of a handshake and a signing of a peace deal? Is that something that's likely to happen anytime soon, in your opinion?
It will take quite a lot of movement, I would have thought, on the Russian side. They've never been willing to give anything at all. They've always, when they say they're red lines, what they mean is they want absolutely everything and give nothing back in return. It's difficult to see how that dynamic plays out. Everything is possible with the right goodwill, but it always comes back down to this point: how much do you trust the person on the other side? We all want to see an end to the fighting in the region, in that part of Ukraine. But, you know, that could all go away tomorrow if Vladimir Putin stopped what has been an act of invasion and aggression against the Ukrainian people.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Sir Liam Fox, thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, we can speak now to our guest, Jim Townsend, who's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO Policy at the Pentagon. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Jim, thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Let me just start by asking you, in your view, how much progress has been made in the negotiations in this quest for a deal on Ukraine?
Well, I guess the answer to that is it's all relative. I mean, we've made more progress than we had a month ago or a week ago. You know, at least we have a piece of paper that we're able to focus on in terms of Ukraine and the U.S. We're really trying to deal with some of the thorny issues and where the Ukrainians are and where the U.S. is. So So at least there's a piece of paper, there's a discussion, and then there's going to be something to provide to the Russians, although I'm sure they've already seen drafts. So there is some progress here, narrowing down the problems and narrowing down what we need to negotiate. But at the end of the day, the Russians are going to get a vote, and we're going to have to see if they're ready to talk.
Right. And, you know, this time a week ago, we first heard about that plan, the 28-point plan. At the time, it was described as being a sort of a Russian wish list. And now President Trump says it's been fine-tuned, and perhaps it's not even 28 points anymore. Maybe some of the points have been removed. I mean, fine-tuned, getting it from being a Russian wish list to getting it to something that's going to be acceptable to the Ukrainians and the Europeans. Fine-tuned sounds like a bit of an understatement, doesn't it?
Well, it really is. Maybe that's a real estate term, or your car mechanic talks about tuning your car. But I think in the negotiating world, we're talking about a new draft. Draft 2 is what we would call it. The first draft, of course, was that piece of paper that certainly was tilted towards Russia, written by a Russian pretty much, and then passed off as a U.S. proposal. But I think right now, like you point out, this is a new draft. This is a second draft, and I think we'll just see what it does for the Russians.
Well, I'm beginning to get a sense that the Russians aren't going to like it, because the Russian deputy foreign minister, a man by the name of Sergei Ryabkov, told reporters in Moscow on Wednesday there can be no questions of any concessions or any surrender of our approaches to these key points. I mean, with that sort of an attitude, I mean, it doesn't sound like this deal's going to go very far, does it?
Well, it's negotiating tactics. You're right. I mean, it sounds like they're going to come in with a whole loaf, as we say, and they're going to ask for everything, a maximalist view, and then we're going to negotiate. And we'll see, number one, will they negotiate in good faith and in sincerity? And if they do negotiate, are they willing to make concessions? It looks like right now so many of the concessions are being made by the Ukrainians. So what are the Russians prepared to give on? And how important will these gives be? Are they minor things? Or are we going to see something major from them in terms of the land question, or maybe the security guarantee question? So we're going to just have to wait and see what the Russian tactics are going to be.
Right, and on the American side, in terms of the cast of characters, I mean, this week the Army Secretary Dan Driscoll is meeting Ukrainian officials. Steve Witkoff heading to Moscow to meet with President Putin in his inner circle. Marco Rubio sort of working between various different parties. I mean, do you think these men can deliver?
Boy, you know, again, it depends on the Russians. I think what we're seeing with this Trump team is really a different approach to what we're all used to in terms of the diplomatic community, the civil servant community, those of us who've done these kinds of things before. What we're looking at is the way businessmen do things, or the way maybe real estate moguls do things in Manhattan in terms of negotiating land. It's not following the protocols and the steps that we're used to seeing. So when we see them going off, these new characters, Jared Kushner is in there too. We sit there and we just we freak out a little bit because it's just something we don't recognize, and we don't think that they're going to be able to pull off something. But they just might. But it just depends on whether the Russians are in the mood to take yes for an answer. And even the best diplomats might not get something out of the Russians if the Russians don't want to give anything.
Right, and I expect Washington is still reeling from the report that was leaked by Bloomberg that Steve Witkoff had been advising one of President Putin's aides on how to go about pitching the deal back to President Trump. I mean, what was the reaction in your circle? I mean, what did people say about that? I mean, the White House said this is very standard negotiating tactic, but quite a lot of other people say they're not quite so sure about that.
Well, and also they're not sure about where did these transcripts come from, who leaked them, and have they been doctored so that we're actually the victim of some type of intelligence service ploy. The last I heard was it was a European leak. So, you know, we don't know. But what Trump said on the plane to the journalists that you were just talking about, I think is actually descriptive. In Trump's world and in the world of Witkoff and Jared Kushner and people like that, what Witkoff did in terms of coaching the Russians on how do you approach his boss to get the boss on board something. To them, that's what you do in the real estate world, or at least in the business world. And so that's, Trump didn't jump up and down and say, oh, my God, he's gone beyond his remit. If we had done that in a diplomatic setting, if I had gone off and done that, it would have been, I would have been fired. It would have been terrible. So in Washington, yes, my community there is just still beside itself. Although, again, the parlor game is trying to figure out who did the leaking and what was behind it. But at the end of the day, it's two communities, the diplomatic community we're all used to, and then it's the real estate community, and we're just clashing into one another as we look at as we look at how this thing is implemented.
Yeah, and that probably explains a bit of the sort of backlash, and I should add it's been bipartisan backlash. I mean, a quote from Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican. He's calling for a change in strategy. He called this Witkoff call a major problem, and he said these ridiculous sideshows and secret meetings need to stop. I mean, how representative is that sense of aggravation, shall we say, in the ranks of President Trump's own party?
Well, it's a really great question. I think his own party and the MAGA group of his party, as well as the White House insiders, there's some fighting going on. In fact, a lot of fighting going on, and so they're going to use any kind of thing that looks off or looks like it's a bad idea as a weapon against someone else within the MAGA community, and so we're going to see a lot of this kind of talk among Republicans as they draw lines and they take sides and they try to argue against the other. I mean, Dan Driscoll, the Secretary of the Army, who is now involved in these talks, is close to Vice President J.D. Vance. And we know that J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio could be butting heads in terms of the presidential sweepstakes coming up. So there's all kinds of side things going on that's political within that MAGA group. And just one last point, secret meetings, even the diplomatic community does that. Back channel discussions, sidebars, things that aren't necessarily made public. That's not unique to the Trump people. That's diplomacy too. So I have to give them a pass on that. But I think a lot of what the noise we're hearing out of Washington from Republicans is this infighting that's happening.
Right, and it sounds like there's a little bit of soul-searching in the ranks of the Republicans on foreign policy in quite a major way. I mean, when I read what Senator Mitch McConnell had been saying, another Republican, he said, Russia must not be rewarded. America is not a neutral arbiter, and we should not act like one. I mean, do you think there is this sense that perhaps President Trump is being unduly generous to the Russians and unfairly hard on the Ukrainians? After all, it was their country that was invaded, not the other way around.
Well, the idea that the U.S. Can even be a neutral party in this and the go-between is crazy because, I mean, that was in the first draft. It had the U.S. Moderating discussions between NATO and Russia. And, of course, the United States is in NATO. So how can we be a neutral arbiter? And so I think there is a fantasy a bit in the White House, or at least they've convinced themselves that that's the role that they're going to play as a neutral arbiter between Ukraine and Russia. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out between the two parties, the U.S. can walk and say, well, we did our best. It's almost like marriage counseling, where the marriage counselor is going to do his best to make the couple come together. But if it doesn't work, they wash their hands of it and say, well, you all should just get a divorce. I think that's kind of how they're looking at themselves as in terms of a role to play. But so far, I have to say, in this marriage counseling, the U.S. certainly has been tilting towards one of the couples, and that's the Russian side. We'll see what this new draft looks like.
In terms of what you were saying earlier about how the Russians might or might not feel like playing ball, I mean, sanctions have been in place for more than 3 years now, and they've been tightened steadily over the course of the last three and a half years or so. And one quite prominent economist in Russia said this: if the Russian authorities want the economy to keep functioning normally, special military operations must be wound down. I mean, that seems to suggest that things are going to reach a sort of a tipping point in the Russian economy. I mean, a lot of pretty bleak indicators regarding the Russian economy. I mean, perhaps the screws could be tightened a little bit more, and perhaps it would be therefore worth waiting a little bit longer to try to strike a deal. What do you make of that argument?
Well, I think that's right. I think I guess, number one, in terms of the Russian economy, that's another parlor game in Washington, is everyone making judgments on the Russian economy and whether it's going to crumble or that we are just making some predictions and underestimating the strength or the willingness of the Russian people to live under a poor economy. I think that I think we're betting too much that the economy is going to save the day, that the economy will get so bad that the Russians will have to pull back. And I think that is just a poor assumption that might work in a country like the United States or Belgium or someone in the West. But in Russia, I can't see that as causing the Russians to pull back. So I think there is this idea with Putin that we're going to probably see, which is he's going to play the long game. He thinks his economy is going to be fine. He thinks that given time, they'll make advances on the battlefield against Ukraine. He thinks that the clock is ticking louder for Ukraine than for him. So I think that we're going to probably see that. The sanctions that you mentioned, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've had sanctions, we're tightening them up, but there's some sanctions that we have not levied, and there's legislation on Capitol Hill that's going to have stiff penalties in them, and there's other things I think that we could be doing. The Tomahawk cruise missiles is, of course, something that Putin doesn't even want to think about. So there's some things that we can be doing to put the pressure on Russia, and until we do that, I don't think we're going to see him at the table.
And just lastly, I mean, do you envisage a scenario in which Russia says, yes, okay, we'll sign this deal, goes along with it for, let's say, 2 years, launches some sort of a false flag operation and says, look, Ukraine is in breach of the terms of the deal, and then reinvades Ukraine once it's regrouped and once its economy is on a slightly firmer footing? I mean, do you think that's a real danger of the plan as it is right now?
Well, absolutely. There's a real danger, whether it's that scenario or you could spin a lot of different scenarios about Russia coming back into the game, even with an agreement. And the Russian track record on agreements is not very good. We have the INF Treaty, the Budapest Memorandum, the Helsinki Accords, the Minsk Agreement. So that's why the security guarantee is so important, is that we have to hedge whatever is signed. We have to hedge that if it goes wrong after a couple of years, that the deterrence that we have set up keeps the Russians from doing something like that. The Ukrainian military is so strong, or the coalition of the willing is right in the vicinity and ready to move in, and that the United States has a sincere guarantee for Ukraine as well. The U.S. has got to play in this, and it's got to be something that we mean. It's got to be something that we stand behind. Article 5-like guarantees work only if the parties to that guarantee have shown a credible capability and willingness to back it up with force. We didn't have that with the Budapest Memorandum. We have to have that now.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time, I'm told. Thank you very much indeed, though. Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy at the Pentagon. Thank you for your time, sir.
You're very welcome.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Dominique Trinquant, who's a former defence advisor to President Macron and former head of the French military mission to the UN and NATO. General Trinquant, always a pleasure talking to you. I'd like to start by asking you for your opinion on how the French leadership views the efforts being made by the Trump administration to end the war in Ukraine. What do they think?
In fact, the political and mainly Mr. Macron said that it was a good attempt. It's a good news that Mr. Trump is still working on a peace plan. Of course, the peace plan presented by the US was in fact a Russian one translated in American. So it was not very, useful. So on last Sunday in Geneva, there was a meeting between the American, the Ukrainian, and the European, and they presented another type of plan with certain points which were in the initial plan, and new ones. So a good attempt. This need more efforts, and we'll see in the future if finally the Russians will accept something, because currently they are not accepting anything.
Indeed, and that's something we've been discussing with our other guests today. But do you think that France feels, to some degree, slightly excluded from this whole process? And what's France doing to make sure that its voice and the voice of other European nations is being heard and that they've got a seat at the table?
No, you're right. I mean, the American President Trump and Mr. Putin don't want to speak to Europe. So concerning Mr. Trump, of course, France is pushing forward the possibility for Europeans to meet and to discuss and to exchange with Mr. Trump. That's why there was this meeting in Geneva. That's why in the next day there was a meeting in Angola, because the Europeans were in Angola at that time. And that's why also there was a meeting of the force of the willing, the coalition of the willing, to show that there were not only 3 countries, UK, France, and Germany, but 30 countries working together on the same line. The problem will be, of course, discussion with the Russian, because the Russian will never accept to discuss with the European. But discussing with Mr. Trump is very useful to consolidate a plan between European, American, and Ukrainian.
Yeah, so you're saying that, in fact, it suits probably Mr. Putin rather well to see Europe and the United States not always singing from the same song sheet. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. That's where Mr. Putin wants to go. But in fact, he's not successful until now. Each time there was a declaration or a plan by the US, the Europeans were going to the front, and finally there was a common position between the US and European.
We've heard President Macron saying this week the European continent is, quote, at great risk. Do you think there's a sense of fear in France as to the general direction things appear to be heading in?
Yes, I think for 2 reasons. The first reason is that the war, after nearly 4 years, is still ongoing in Ukraine. Ukraine is in difficulty, but also because we have different sort of attacks in Europe and in France. We're talking about the drones, we're talking about cyber, about disinformation, and more the French people are looking at that as an aggression against Europe. And that's why there is this sense of tension in France currently.
Yeah, and in fact, just this week, one of the headline news stories in France is that a pro-Russian group has been arrested, well, certain members of that group, on suspicion of intelligence gathering for a foreign power. I mean, I'm assuming that is still top news in France. I mean, what sort of a mood is a story like that generating?
It shows that directly after what the chief of staff have said, is that Russia is targeting France and using different means, including people who are in France, because we had a very close link with Russian. We have people in France who are supporting Russia, and that's why we think that there is a temptation for them to attack the heart and mind of the French people. And that's why I think things are changing now, and you've got more and more people supporting the position, the supports of Ukraine, in fact.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how effective the disinformation campaigns have been. This particular group, by the way, had a slogan, Russia is not my enemy. And I'm wondering how much sympathy there is for that line of thinking, and how many people in France have been conditioned by disinformation campaigns to reconsider how they view Russia.
I think you've got probably, we don't know, but between 10 and 20% of French people who think like that for two reasons. The first one is Ukraine is far away. It's not our war. We don't want to be involved in that type of war. The second one is more on the really right side, far right side, where they say we have always been a friend with Russia. We don't want to change that. And that's probably the anti-Americanism feeling that has always existed in France, which is on the same line.
Okay, so we've got the situation where Russia, you're saying, is trying to destabilize France. These cyber attacks, the disinformation campaigns that we've already talked about. All of that being the case, are the security forces in France on very high alert, would you say?
Well, yes, certainly. I mean, we've got, but that was linked to the terrorist threat a few years ago, 10 years ago. We have a program called Sentinel, where we've got 3,000 troops in the streets in France, patrolling, guarding, and yes, they are on alert. On the cyber, we have now a group which is called Viginium, which is working with the Prime Minister, which is trying to identify all the cyber and disinformation attacks and reacting very quickly. The aim is to react the same day as the attacks happen. And apparently it's working well.
Okay, and President Macron has made another announcement this week. And just to be clear for our viewers, he hasn't announced the return of conscription, but he has announced that thousands of young volunteers are going to start serving in the military as of next year. And I'm wondering, I mean, what's your interpretation of this? It doesn't seem like a coincidence, does it, given the context that we've just been talking about there in France?
Yes, of course, it's just the change of the context. 10 years ago, President Macron introduced what was called le Service National Universel, Universal National Service. The aim was not to train soldiers. The aim was to have young people, 700,000 young people each year, which will be educated for two weeks in citizenship in different way and mix all the people come from everywhere in France. That was a failure because, in fact, this was run by the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Education, and like that. So now this national service, explained by President Macron a few hours ago, is in the end of the Ministry of Defense. And the aim is to prepare soldiers, but in very few figures. 3,000 next year, 2026, up to 50,000 in 2035. The aim is to reinforce the capacity to join the army and to have a reserve which is trained during 10 months and then join the reserve or join the army.
Do you think other European countries ought to follow suit, those that don't already have initiatives like this?
You've got a European country in the north, for example, who have already reintroduced the national service. You have Germany, for example, who tried to do it, but Parliament doesn't agree. Anyway, all European countries have a problem of manpower. Demography in Europe is a catastrophe. In 2035, in France, we'll not be able to enlist as many people as we want. So we have to do something. And I think all European countries must look at this sort of experience.
In this context, there's been another sort of headline in France this week because the head of the French Armed Forces, General Fabien Mondon, said that France needs the strength of character to accept losing some of its children. That's the translation, the rough translation into English, so do correct me if that's not accurate. How much debate has this generated, and why has it generated so much debate? I mean, isn't this a reality?
I think it's a generated debate between politicians. Of course, General Mondon was saying that, talking about the soldier. And each time I was on the program, I say, but well, the soldiers are not children of France? I don't understand why you are focusing on that. It doesn't say, perhaps the word sacrifice was not good. The word, we need commitment of the young people, commitment of the French people would have been better. But anyway, I think the problem was more a political one. When you see that after introducing this new national volunteer service, 85% of the French people are for this national service. So it changed completely the perspective from the politicians.
General Trancon, just to wrap up this conversation, overall, when you look at the situation in Moscow and in Kyiv and the efforts being made by Washington to mediate, how optimistic are you that we might finally be close to a deal being struck?
I don't think we are very close. Mr. Putin wants to continue the war. He just have made a declaration this afternoon saying either Ukraine withdraw from the occupied part of Ukraine, when he's saying that is the 4 oblasts in the east, or will fight. Of course, Ukraine will not withdraw. He wants to conquer this part of Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting very hardly to maintain its position. For Pokros, for example, they've been fighting for 18 months, and the Russian advance is only 10 kilometers. So I think it will last long until Mr. Putin understands that he's not only killing Ukrainian, but probably killing more Russian, and this will be a very big problem in the future for Russia.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. General Dominique Trancon, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, bye.
Well, let's get more on this papal visit, and we can speak now to Dr. Gavin Ashenden, who's a former chaplain to Queen Elizabeth II, who converted to Catholicism. He's also an author, a columnist, and a presenter on television. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Dr. Ashenden. Pope Leo's first trip outside of Italy as pontiff is going to be to Turkey and then to Lebanon. I mean, Turkey is the first stop. What's the rationale, do you think, behind visiting a Muslim-majority country first?
Well, things are always multi-layered, so we can look at one of the 6 different layers, I think. But the reason is actually not strategic, it's just accidental, an accident of history. The Council of Nicaea, which sets the blood running for all theological students, took place 1700 years ago. It was enormously important as a moment when Christianity gathered itself and made declarations about self-understanding that remained the platform of the faith today. So, of course, everyone now knows that Nicaea was in Turkey, and far from being the Christian center that one would imagine would have lasted forever, was taken over by the Ottoman Empire, and it now represents a tiny, tiny enclave of Christianity in Turkey. So he's going because that's where the history dates take him. But as it happens, not surprisingly, there are a great many other elements in play as well, because for the head of Christianity to visit such a significant Islamic republic carries all kinds of geopolitical resonances with it.
Okay, well, let's turn our attention back to the present day and talk about Pope Leo and what he is aiming to achieve. What do you think the message is he brings with him to Turkey?
I think it's probably a visual message. I can't imagine that there are many things that can be said or negotiated. After all, was it Napoleon who said, how many brigades does the Pope have? He's not a political or a military leader in that sense, but he is symbolically, wearing white so strikingly, the leader of Western Christendom. So I think the fact that he goes to speak to President Erdogan and that President Erdogan will give him a handshake and accord him respect, that will, to some extent, I think, surprise the people of Turkey. And they will say, this is, well, perhaps we should look at Christians in a slightly less less prejudiced way than we have done. So I'm hoping the visual optics will offer some greater improvement to Christian-Muslim relations in Turkey, which are not very good.
Now, Pope Leo assumed the papacy about 6 months ago, and he's tended, I think it's fair to say, to keep his geopolitical views to himself. Do you think we're going to find out more about those views during the course of this trip?
Yes, we are. I think it's going to be very exciting too. The Christendom is waiting to discover whether he's more like Pope Francis or Pope Benedict. And a lot hangs on this. So first of all, this visit was prepared when Pope Francis was alive. It should be Pope Francis doing it if the planners had anything to do with it, but death intervenes for many of us unexpectedly. So yes, he's taken up Pope Francis's diary, and it's going to be very interesting to see the extent to which he brings his own individual judgment to bear on the tasks ahead of him. I think you could probably say that the relationship between Christians and Muslims at this present geopolitical moment is probably about the most important dynamic in human world affairs.
OK, and his next stop after Turkey, he's going to spend 3 days in Turkey, then he's going to go to Lebanon, which has the largest percentage of Christians in the Middle East. And when he's there, he's going to be talking to some of the 12 different Christian community leaders. There's 12 different sects of Christian alone in Lebanon. He's also going to hold private meetings with Muslim and Druze religious leaders. How helpful do you think this kind of interfaith dialogue actually is?
Gosh, that's really such a good question and absolutely impossible to answer. One could answer it from so many different angles. At one level, the interfaith dialogue has produced almost no fruit at all in terms of changing the way in which religions officially deal with each other. But as always in human affairs, and this is partly why Christians are so excited incarnation. So much depends upon human relations, what happens when human beings get together, meet one another, recognize in each other a degree of authenticity and of value that, if you like, the stereotyping images we hold of one another never convey. So this principle of the incarnation, finding God in others, a deeper respect and an affection in others, the possibilities are without limit. So depending upon how Pope Leo is perceived by them, whether they trust him, admire him, like him, respect him, and how much that's reciprocated, lays the possibility of ameliorated relationships, which will have knock-on effects, because all these people belong to wider communities. And as you know, in the Middle East, the fabric of community is deeply interwoven, and the way this can resonate would be endless.
Would you expect the Pope to address the situation in Gaza, which is, after all, not so very far away from Lebanon?
Well, if I was advising him, I would suggest that he say nothing at all about it, because essentially this is not a conflict in which the Catholic Church plays any obvious role. Historically, you can't get away from Catholic influence anywhere, because the Catholic Church is the West embryonically. But I would imagine, so for a start, one of his representatives there, the Bishop of Jerusalem, has already offered himself as a hostage earlier on. So the Catholic Church has been busy in a humanitarian way, symbolically and practically. I think the people on the ground will do all the work, and it may be that one of the things he's there to do is to strengthen the people on the ground and to explain how grateful he is for everything they're doing to cross the boundaries of interreligious and international hatred.
And just lastly, Dr. Ashenden, a practical question. This is the first ever American Pope, and popes usually speak Italian, don't they, when they're on, or Latin when they're officiating at Mass. What language do you think he's going to speak on this trip?
That's a very interesting observation. It didn't do Pope John Paul II any harm to speak Polish, but his English was not bad. I think there's a great deal to be said for the Pope speaking English. Some of the difficulty that Pope Francis left behind him was because things got lost in translation, or insofar as popes I think, rather irresponsibly talk to the press off the cuff. The danger of using a word with a nuance you didn't intend it to have is always significant. I think it's very helpful that the Pope speaks Esperanto, which is English or American English, and it will make him seem more familiar, more accessible, more comprehensible, more lucid to a lot of people. So it's a small thing, but I think it's an advantage we can be grateful for.
OK, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Gavin Ashenden, former chaplain to Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on Al Arabiya English. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, Here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually, like, you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold, and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname was also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Daya pun usunrang kebamut bagi beri khasi jungi kala dujai sendiri selama. Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women. Penduno ia kata kejai ke balonglem ke prosesi dulu ba jai chau senrang.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich because his man he take responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property, and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Like, actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, like in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's like we have been following this tradition. So it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Suyai Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low, because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also participate the same role. Before, the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plan in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Kasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us. They will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because like they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. You know, some of them, like youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, like in my areas also, like the one who look after their parents after they're old, that one like inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material passes will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, no? Everything will be changed, but in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be some body, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. there needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. You know, I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just said it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him when...
With gritted teeth?
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for... And don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters, these people on this committee. They tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. So he needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes. Forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I don't. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this, because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense, and I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel, they're not about Gaza, they're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch, very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, you know, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. You know, recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, you know, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, you know, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. You know, Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, you know, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. It's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had a pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. With their screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. I think it's a political gesture. And again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Something that's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. Whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park. Right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. We need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. And it's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader,
Well,
you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human
intensely.
bollard. He's just like a. He's a lot. He's. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, whatever. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, you know, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. You know, I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very, very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, you know, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is what they so it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT. What do you use it for? What do you use it for? Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. A disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. But Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of There's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief. And we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, you know, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, you know, as high as it's been for 4 years in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24. And we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. But, you know, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, you know, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders, in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare, because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about. I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done, yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. It's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement it says that there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK, and that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, you know, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, you know, it's a lot of work. You know, I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or, you know, it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. You know, it is statistically possible. You can get, or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, I mean, you know, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. You know, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to, you know, I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be so they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well that you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be they will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform, this great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. You know, there's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And you know, look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And you know, people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. And that's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, you know, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, you know, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, you know, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I mean, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And you know, I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Or maybe, you know, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, you know, and that would be huge. That's a serious amount of money for Ukraine. 150, 200 billion, you know, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems. And this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila." And no more Nazis. I mean, there never were any Nazis, but you can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end at
and other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizudera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.